Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live today from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. Ian is here today. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
So TD will be with us today for the TD Power Hour. I know we had an emergency Power Hour on Tuesday after the news that Rand Carthon got fired, but we will have TD with us for a true traditional TD Power Hour. I'm already a little worried about the snowmageddon that is going to come tonight and tomorrow morning. It's really tomorrow morning and throughout the day. I'm worried about whether or not Ian's going to be able to make it into the studio tomorrow.
I'm more worried about getting home. Getting in, I'm okay. It's the getting home part I'm a little bit more worried about.
So supposedly it's going to start around 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's going to snow until 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
That's dangerous. Everybody be careful tomorrow. Everybody, if you don't have to go, don't go. Whatever it may be. So I want to start on this today. As far as, the Titans, the days of our Titans are concerned, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of stuff as far as staff changes I think are coming on the horizon. Maybe even tomorrow we'll have some of those. A bunch of guys will probably be in and out or whatever. But I want to start on Mike Keith today because today, even in the era of chaos that is Titan football, it was announced, and Ian, you got to knock me for a guarantee. Adam Vingan, I did not even know the news.
Yeah,
until
he alerted us, I suppose.
Adam Vingan sent a text message to Ian and I, and he said, knock the guarantee, because in November, I guaranteed that Mike Keith was not going to leave an NFL job with the Tennessee Titans, being the voice of the Titans. He's in year 27. I know that Mike Keith's goal years ago was to do 50 years. And yet we all know Mike Keith went to UT. We all know that Mike Keith loves UT. We all know that. And, got his start with UT. And so I guaranteed he would not leave to be the voice of the Vols. Now, look, if Mike Keith wanted to be the voice of the Vols, I figured he probably would get the opportunity, but I didn't think he'd take it. And he did. So the guarantee was wrong. And today we got to talk a little bit about Mike Keith, because I get this city is different in 2025 than it was in 1999, 2000. But there still are many people like me roaming this city. People that grew up here, went to school here, came back after they got their career started here, and love everything there is about Nashville. And now, in my case, raising a family in Nashville. And when I heard the news that Mike Keith was going to UT, first of all, congratulations to Mike. But more importantly, I thought, oh no. Well, who's going to call the games? Who's going to be the face of the Tennessee Titans? And I'm not talking about a player or a coach or an executive, because the truth is owners decide who to make the coach, decide who to make the GM, decide who to make the quarterback. But those things change. It's like when I hear somebody that's with the team tell me, oh, you don't love the Titans. I love the Titans, and I love the Titans long after you're gone. But then there was Mike Keith, the constant as far as the Titans are concerned. I love Mike Keith. And Mike Keith is as good of a guy as he seems. Whether you've listened to him on the radio, you see him hosting one of his many television shows, you see him now doing all the digital stuff that he's done with the Titans. If you've ever met Mike Keith out on any of these Titans events or at training camp, and you're like, wow, Mike Keith seems like a nice guy. Mike Keith is a great guy. And I have always loved Mike Keith. I have loved Mike Keith going back to the very beginning. When we were in the 5th grade, when I was in the 5th grade, we used to watch the games on Sunday. No disrespect to Solomon Wilcots, who I absolutely love, and I believe Solly will be on our show at the Super Bowl. And Ian Eagle, who's now probably one of the best, if not the best play-by-players in the country. But the Titans used to always get Ian Eagle and Solomon Wilcots, and we used to always sync up the TV with the radio broadcast to hear Mike Keith and Pat Ryan. And then after that, it was Mike Keith and Frank Wycheck. And it was about 1 second ahead on the radio broadcast. We'd hear it, we'd see it on TV, but that was okay because we wanted to hear Mike Keith. And Mike Keith is not just a great person. Mike Keith is a great broadcaster. Mike Keith, to me, is kind of the last of the team play-by-play era. And I'm not saying team play-by-play is going away because everybody has radio broadcasts. But the golden age of radio, as far as the games were concerned, was kind of the 60s and the 70s and things like that, especially baseball. You know, some of these big stations across the country, some of these big personalities like Jack Buck in St. Louis. Now everything's TV. Now everything's phone. Now everything's digital. Everything's it. But there was always something about your own announcers. And Mike Keith has been through thick and thin with this organization, and his demeanor has never changed. And I don't want to speak for the head coaches that he's done the coaches show. Is in an environment that is so pressurized, the intensity of the NFL. Mike Keith was probably a welcome face for these guys, knowing, hey, you got Mike Keith, the most steady-handed, even-keeled guy out there. And when Floyd passed away in 2021, we were putting together a show that we wanted to do to honor him. Because, again, at this time, he wasn't going to have a memorial service. There wasn't going to be, any grand. This was it, this 4-hour show that we did. And we had Nick Saban on the show. And we had Pete Carroll on the show. And we had former Titans on the show. And one guy that I said, we got to get Mike Keith on the show. Because, and look, it's not like I expect to have Mike Keith on the show on a consistent basis. Mike Keith's going to go on 104.5 because he's the voice of the Titans, and they're the flagship of the Titans. But I wanted to have Mike Keith on that day because Mike Keith is the Tennessee Titans. Because whether it's the Music City Miracle, which he's most known for, I think he had some great calls, in that playoff run. Eddie George had a big run at Indianapolis. He had a great call. Steve McNair had an incredible quarterback draw. It wasn't a design draw. It was really a scramble, but an incredible scramble at Jacksonville. Great call in the AFC title game. Mike Keith had a hell of a Super Bowl. They have those Super Bowl highlight videos on NFL Network. If you ever watch the Super Bowl 34 one with the Titans and the Rams, they mix in both broadcasts, the local broadcast from the Rams and the local broadcast from the Titans. And Mike Keith called a whale of a Super Bowl. And so, again, whether it's that or the Vince Young era or, again, what I would call the dark ages, Wisenhunt and Munchak and everything in between, he's been the Titans. And Chase has told me, he said, you don't like change. And that's probably true. But this is a change that it's going to take some serious time to get used to. Mike Keith not being with the Titans. And I know I give the Titans podcast a hard time for being a little too cheery, but I never held that against Mike. Mike was doing his job. That's what team play-by-play guys do when they're doing a team podcast. And they're wearing team pullovers, and they're talking to team people, and they're being paid by the team, and yet at the same time, this unbelievable and this just optimistic outlook of wanting to think the best of everybody. I actually think Mike Keith believed all of that. I really do. Now look, Mike knew when things were bad. But at the same time, when Mike would hear something like, hey, we think Chicago could be a Brinker, I think Mike believed that stuff because that's how positive of a person he is. And so while, again, we're following the constant drama and chaos of Titan football and everything else, it's really sad. For me, a lifelong Titan fan from the very beginning, it's really sad for me to think that next season, somebody else is going to be in Mike Keith's chair. And not just somebody else going to be in Mike Keith's chair, but it's that somebody else will be representing the Titans, and I'm just not sure they'll be able to do it the way that Mike Keith did it. I'm not upset at the Titans for Mike Keith leaving. I'm not upset at Mike Keith for Mike Keith taking the Vols job, though I am surprised. I'm just saying it's sad for us Titan fans. And we can be happy for Mike, and we can celebrate Mike getting his dream job and everything else that comes with it. But we can also be sad for us and be sad for what the Titans are losing in this case. But I'll just say I want to start the show today talking about Mike Keith because I think Mike Keith deserves his flowers. And that's how I want to start. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. Now, there is one negative Titan thought that I have associated with this that I couldn't help but not think. I think that's right. We'll get to it next. Stillman & Company, 1025 The Game.
got to ask you, when you hear that, what does it sound like? What does it resonate? What does it feel like when you hear that title?
Wow. I mean, that's what I said when you said it. That's you're the first person that's called me that. So, I mean, it's otherworldly almost to think about that 4 people have had that before, and I respect all 4 of them so much. And to be in that classification now is just almost otherworldly. It's funny because when I was young, I came on a campus visit when I was a junior in high school, into my junior year. And I might have been a little too sure of myself at that age. That might have been. And Mike Moore, who was the guy behind everything with UTV, and UTV was the precursor for VFL film.
Right.
He took me on a tour of, the communications building and the studios and all of that. And he said, "So what do you want to do with your life?" "Well, I want to be the voice of the Balls." And after it's like, oh boy, now you look back on that now,
Yeah, probably not the moment.
Well, you just might want to I would like to go back and tell that version of myself, let's just calm down.
That was Mike Keith with, I don't even know, somebody, Brent Hubbs, I guess, VolQuest, talking about the new job. And again, I'm going to miss Mike Keith. Now, Ian, I feel like we did the right thing to not put the tinfoil hat on in the first segment. We talked about how much we're going to miss Mike Keith, how good of a play-by-play guy Mike Keith was, how good of a guy Mike Keith was. And again, I cannot tell you how much respect I have for Mike Keith, even if I don't agree with everything Mike Keith's ever said or done. But I have a lot of respect for him. Now, I am wondering this aloud because I did guarantee that Mike Keith was not going to take the UT job, and that is a guarantee I got wrong. And Ian, I think I've been hitting the guarantees pretty well.
Overall, yeah, not terrible. Yeah, there's our most recent ones are a little bit open-ended for now, but
okay, let's go through some of these.
Okay, let's see. Recently, this past summer, you guaranteed that Caitlin Clark will be added to the Olympic roster. You said that was wrong.
That didn't.
You said you guaranteed the Vols to beat Arkansas. That didn't go out very well.
Happen.
You guaranteed that the Bills would beat the Titans the week of 10-4. Of course, that was correct. You guaranteed that Carthon and or Brinker will not address the media following the deadline and poor season. So far, that has been correct. And then you have
that's done.
That
done. Is correct.
I have correct. Yes. And then you've guaranteed that Cleet Blakeman will ref the Super Bowl or some important playoff game this year. You guaranteed that Levis will not be the quarterback of the Titans next season. And you've guaranteed that Mike Vrabel will get a head coaching job this offseason.
Feel pretty good about
So
that
those are all a little open-ended, but we do have the Mike Keith sprinkled in there.
That is, and I didn't think he'd go because in this industry, most people do not go from the pros, and not just the pros, the NFL. Like we talk about, there are 32 head coaching jobs, there's 32 GM jobs, there's 32 play-by-play jobs. You do not leave that job and go to college. And people said, but Jared, he is a UT alum and he loves UT and that's his dream job. I'm like, but again, in the hierarchy, in my mind, the hierarchy of how this works, there's NFL over here and college is underneath that. And let me say this. I went to Louisville. I love Louisville. You know that. But if they asked me to leave this job to call football and basketball for U of L, I wouldn't do it. I don't want to go back to Louisville. That chapter of my life's over. It's a great city. I love it there. I love my team, but I'm here. That's just me, though. So I didn't think Mike would do it. And I have to wonder this. I have to wonder if Mike Keith looked at the lack of loyalty that is going on in this organization and has for about the last 4 or 5 years and said, I'm out. This is the right time. This great job came open. If he doesn't take the Vols job now, it's never coming open again. So this is your one shot to get it. And I look at the fact that, hey, a lot of the guys that Mike Keith has done this with through the years, they're not there anymore. Now, look, I don't think Mike was afraid of getting got. He was loved inside that building. He's loved by Amy Adams Strunk. Amy put out a statement and is inducting Mike into the Ring of Honor, period, slam dunk, no questions asked. And maybe Mike was really just pulled in by the lure of his school and his dream and everything else. Chase and I were texting about that earlier today about, is it the 7-year-old boy in him that's like, this is the opportunity? Or was it hey, they just fired Anthony Pastrana 2 days ago, who had been running video with the team since 1997. They fired Brent Akers, who handled all the traveling and everything else since 1998. Again, you don't see Anthony Pastrana every day. You don't even know who that is for the most part. But he was there longer than Mike Keith was there. Brent Akers was there as long as Mike Keith was there. And they got fired this week. And Kaharski wrote a story about this, talking about, again, people you probably don't know. Ralph Ockenfels and Stuart Spears and Haas in the equipment room that had been there forever. And whether it was Vrabel or Brinker or Carthon or whomever, they let him go. And look, change happens in organizations. And we don't know what Anthony Pastrana's job performance level was. We know what Mike Keith's job performance level was, and Mike Keith's job performance was exquisite. No doubt. But I do wonder if Mike looked at kind of the change in the organization and the fact that, hey, if a guy like Steve Underwood can be kind of sent into retirement, maybe that's something that could happen to you too. And I can't help but wonder that, given the chaos and, again, what I would call lack of loyalty inside of the organization. When Mike Vrabel fired Haas, his name's Paul Noska. He was in the equipment room for forever. When Mike Vrabel fired Haas, I was stunned, but I was also, I hate to say this, a little disappointed that Amy Adams Strunk didn't come down and say, no. We are not firing Haas, the equipment manager, who moved with us from Houston. And you may be the head coach, and this may be your operation, but we're not doing that. At some point, doesn't the loyalty, the people that truly care about the organization, doesn't that mean something? And the Titans have proven with some of these firings that the answer is no. And I get it. A head coach is not going to be there forever. A GM is not going to be there forever. A quarterback's not going to be there forever. I understand that. But there's a difference between that and the guy who does the traveling, unless he just was a total doofus, and considering that he did it for 25, 30 years and had the approval of guys that we know are pretty smart, like Floyd Reese, Jeff Fisher, and John Robinson, Mike Vrabel. You can make it through those guys. You probably know what you're doing, and they still kick you to the curb. If I'm Mike Keith, I think I might look at that and say, let's go out on top. Everybody loves me. Everything's great. I get this dream job. This place is a tire fire. Let's go on top. And maybe this is tinfoil hat stuff, and maybe it is just, hey, Mike, has always wanted to do this and would leave. If it was halftime of the Super Bowl and UT called, he'd leave. Maybe. But I can't help but wonder that, given what else has happened this week. Because I know Anthony Pastrana a little bit. Like, I don't have his phone number. I couldn't call him up. But I'd see him, at training camp, and I give him a nod. He give me a nod because he was the video guy when Floyd was here. And he and Floyd were close. And when I saw that he got let go this week, I'm like, really? Like, Chad Brinker's got somebody in this video that's going to just take this team to the next level. These are the hard decisions you have to make. So maybe it's the case, maybe it's not. 615-737-1025. A sad day for Titan fans. A good day for Mike Keith, but a sad day for Titan fans. We'll get to your phones on this. A lot of you want to weigh in. We'll do that next. 615-737-1025 here on Stillman and Company. Again, that's 615-737-1025. Preds fans, do not miss Smashville Live tonight at Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue at 6 o'clock. See your Preds star players up close and personal, and also get autographs and pictures. Preds player guests will be Mark Jankowski and Colton Sissons. That's tonight at Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue.
How much have you thought about your dad?
Wow. I know what he would say right now. He would be very pleased. He read VolQuest like 19 times a day. He would call me at work.
Trust me, he called me a time or two.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
He loved Tennessee.
Oh God,
Loved.
well, he was supposed to
Tennessee.
play there. You know, Dad was all city at Fulton High School as a guard, and he wasn't big enough yet for the kind of guards that they used in the single wing. So Bowden White sent him to Castle Heights in Lebanon, and he tore his Achilles there, and that ended his career. At that time, an Achilles you couldn't come back from. And yeah, he loved it. I mean, he loved everything about it. I think he would be proud of how I handled this past season, doing the job till the end, the way you're supposed to. I think he would be elated for all of this. I wish he was here to see it, but I know he's around.
That was Mike Keith again. And when I heard that, and I remember when Mike Keith's dad was sick, and when I heard, hey, how would your dad feel? And Mike, had to pause there for a second. I think it hit me a little differently than it would have hit me 2 months ago. Just being a dad with a son, it's like, whoa. It's like, damn. And look, maybe the pull of being the Vols, that's all Mike ever wanted, and he got the opportunity. And there's nobody more qualified that could get that job than Mike Keith. Now, Robbie Stanley and I are arguing with one another right now. Robbie says the Vols' job is a better job than the Titans' job, and I don't believe that because there are 32 of these jobs in the NFL. It's the NFL. Now, there is one job I would sell out for. It doesn't actually exist yet. I don't know, Ian, if I've ever been open about this. I think you probably know which job I'd sell
The baseball?
out for. If we ever got a Major League Baseball team, I'd kiss so much ass. You guys, I would be like Paul Kaharski with Chad Brinker. I'd be kissing so much ass to get the play-by-play job to do baseball. Well, I'm hoping that, I'm hopeful that if we were to get a baseball team, it would be on our station. And then when we're negotiating the contract, I would, the Yankees don't actually get to pick who their play-by-play guy is. WFAN in New York gets to. And so I'd make sure, with Chase and Bud, I'd be like, guys, get this in the contract that we have final say on the broadcasters. I don't think it's in our Preds contract that we have final say on the broadcasters, nor do I think we, really care about who gets in there. That's their business. But I would say, please do it. And then I'd be on there, we'd be on the air until 6:00, and then we turn around and it's ball one outside. And that's radio. I really want to do TV, for the baseball team that we get, but that's the job I'd drop my pants for. Maybe the UT was for Mike, but I don't. This is the NFL. All right, phones as promised. Bob in Franklin has been holding very patiently and will kick us off today. Bob, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Hey, Jared, thanks for taking my call. Love to talk about Mike Keith. I mean, Mike Keith is a great broadcaster, and, of course, everybody's going to always miss the sack, Titans touchdown. But to me, the best thing about Mike Keith is how he could just ad-lib on the fly. Some of my favorite ones was a couple of years ago where T.R. Tart had that interception. They called on his back, and he's like, Mom, look what I found. I mean, that's just the way Mike Keith was. He just could ad-lib on the fly, and him and Dave McGinnis together are just phenomenal. So we're definitely going to miss him.
Boy, I'd say, what's funny is Pat Ryan, thank you for the call. Pat Ryan, who was a quarterback at UT, he was the first color analyst of the Titans. And that was really when I was into it. I've told people this, the first true heartbreak in my life, because I've now experienced multiple heartbreaks in life. And I know the feeling, the sick feeling and the sad feeling and the can't stop thinking about it feeling. And I think at a certain point in life, you get to the age where you're like, okay, this will go away after a little bit. But for right now, I'm just, I have no interest in doing anything. I'm sad. I can't get out of bed. The first true heartbreak in my life was the 2000 Tennessee Titans losing at home in the divisional round against the Ravens, the Ray Lewis game where the ball hit Eddie George in the shoulder and he ran it into the end zone for a touchdown. And I looked at my dad with 5 minutes to go on the clock. I can still see me turning and looking at my dad and seeing, Charlie's logo behind his head and seeing that 5 minutes, on the old scoreboards with the lights, where it was like a line, vertical or horizontal down, then another one, you know what I mean? That old 5. And I'm like, are we going to lose? And my dad looked at me and said, yes. And I'm like, we don't lose. And so that was my era of kind of this like unbridled optimism every year after the Titans could win the Super Bowl, all of that. Now I'm very skeptical. I think in large part because of stuff like that. Like it's built up a callous in me as a sports fan. But that's when I was really, in my truest fan era. Like we'd sit around the radio on Fridays and listen to John McClain. Like that's how into it I was. But it was Pat Ryan and Mike Keith. And look, Frank, may he rest in peace. He was great. And I love Coach Mack. But Mike Keith and Pat Ryan, I mean, those guys calling the game in the way, Pat Ryan kind of had this, you send 2 receivers down the field and you don't get anybody open and Steve got to throw it away. It's like, God, I miss that. I miss it. Let's go to Adam in Portland, who's up next here on our program. Adam, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Well, that year, the internet wasn't very good in 2000. So I would go to the library at my school and like read the newspaper off the big sticks that they would put in there. Like that's how I got into it. So that's the same heartbreak. I had the same heartbreak. If you'll remember that game, Chris Coleman blocking kicks left and right. It could have been way worse. Like we blocked like 3 kicks that game, but Del Greco couldn't kill. It was just a horrible game. But the voice of the Titans, the next guy, I told Ian he should apply for it, dude, because you need somebody that's like, toxic positivity is a good word. Somebody that's like a walking Xanax, man. You need somebody that can calm the room, especially with a place that's so chaotic like Tennessee is right now, man. Like this, they need somebody that's stable. They need an adult that can just pick everybody up and go, hey, follow me. I'm calm, because they lost the biggest, man. Like, and I'm proud that the Vols got him because I love the Vols too. But the Titans lost like a huge piece of their history today. Like I don't know how, they can't replace him. They got to get something that's going to calm the fan base though.
So Amy Adams Strunk said in her statement that Mike Keith will forever be the voice of the Titans. And that's her way of saying like, we're not going to go hire somebody to go replace Mike Keith. Even though whoever is getting the job is going to be replacing Mike Keith, they're not going to say, okay, you're Mike Keith 2.0. I mean, it'd be great if that ends up being what happens and you go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. But, I think we need to temper expectations a little bit. But yeah, it's sad. I mean, it is sad. I would say kind of my Mike Keith fandom began in the summer of 2000. So this was after the Super Bowl year. And do you guys remember the NFL highlight tapes? You got to keep in mind, I was in the 4th grade at this time. The NFL season team highlight tapes, the ones where they used to have John Facenda talk about America. They are America's team. Those kind of days. Well, they had the 99 one was this, the AFC champions. And it went through all the games and the playoff run, and Mike Keith narrated that. And I think that's when I became like a salute, Mike Keith. And now I consider Mike Keith a friend. But that's where it started for me, 4th grade. And to think about some of the great calls, my dad and I always talk about there was one call against the Falcons where Javon Kerr sacked Danny Canal. And Mike Keith saying, Canal's in trouble. He's sacked. Who got him? And Pat Ryan goes, who else? And it was Javon Curse. And it's like things like that we still remember this day. And I'm going to miss it. Oh, and am I going to miss it? Let's go to Lee, who's up next here on our program. Lee, thank you for calling and waiting, and go ahead.
Hey, Jared. Rand Carthon got fired Tuesday. All those support people you mentioned got fired Tuesday. If you think Mike Keith went to bed Tuesday night thinking, man, I need to get up in the morning and kind of start looking for a job because I might be next, you are so wrong. So the hay has been in the barn on this deal for weeks. And to think,
okay, so when did Paul Noska get fired? When did Haas Noska, the equipment manager, get fired? He got fired 2 years ago. When
Okay.
again, we can go over these
No, that's
long-term,
not
Ralph
that's not what you're
Ockenfels and
no,
Stuart Spears.
That's not
and
what your argument was, Jared. You were talking
Again,
about the people that got fired this week. You're
we
wrong
brought them
as
all up.
usual. You're wrong.
And here's the point I'm making. Again, I don't think Mike Keith went to bed and thought, I need to get a job. I don't think it's that. Again, I'm wondering if the Vols offer came down the pipe and Mike Keith sat there and said, you know what? This organization is changing. And not just on the field. That doesn't, if you're the play-by-play guy, what happens on the field, that doesn't bother you. That doesn't concern you. But when it's, the long-term employees off the field, you have to think about that. So to act like, well, they were all fired on Tuesday, so Mike Keith didn't have any. Again, the organization's been changing. You know what's hilarious? I kept pointing out things because I'm not stupid. So I would see things happening in the organization, and I'd put my hand and say, whoa, wait a minute. This Chad Brinker's the president. Rand Carthon's the vice president. You all tell me that Rand's above Chad, but tell me where the vice president is above the president, because that doesn't make any sense to me. No, Jared, you're a hater. You don't understand. They're all aligned. You're just a hater. You don't get it. You don't get it. And then after the fact, it's all like, yeah, all those things Jared kept bringing up, yeah, that's actually right. Well, if you don't think the organization's been changing away from that kind of loyalty with guys like Paul Noska and guys like Ralph Ockenfels and Stuart Spears and others, you're crazy. So don't give me that one. More of your phones. Boy, a lot of people want to weigh in on Mike Keith. And look, if there's anybody who deserves it, it's Mike Keith. We'll get to your phones next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game. The Game National Sports Network is your home for the college football playoff presented by Twin Peaks and Palmer Tractor and Equipment. Tune in tonight to 102.5, 106 for the game for the college football semifinal as Notre Dame takes on Penn State in the Orange Bowl. Kickoff at 6:30. Ian, did you forget that the college football playoff was tonight? Because I did.
I remembered actually this morning. Yeah.
I was like,
what do we got on tonight? No hockey? I was like, oh, yeah, the playoffs are on.
So Mike Keith is leaving the Tennessee Titans. He will go into the Titans Ring of Honor after 27 seasons. And Mike Keith is going to be the next voice of the Tennessee Volunteers. And I am arguing with people on my personal text line about what is a better job, doing Tennessee football and basketball and being the voice of the Vols or being the voice of an NFL team, even if it is the worst NFL team. And I don't think you can argue the Titans are the worst NFL team to have a play-by-play job for, but they're probably one of the worst. You know, if Dallas is the best or something like that, the Titans probably are up there as far as one of the worst. I still think an NFL job is better than a college job. And everybody, no, it's the Vols. It's the Vol Network. It's the Vols. More people in the state care. Oh, who cares? Do you want to live here? You want to live in Knoxville? But who knows? Let's go back to your phones as promised. Ian, what do you think is a better job?
Well, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. Better is up for interpretation, I think. Does it pay the same? Does that factor into it? I mean, travel. I think there's a lot that goes into it than just pro versus college.
Well, there's more travel if you're doing college because
if
you're traveling with basketball.
If you have to do basketball, I get that. Football season's shorter. You have to travel more with college when you go basketball, but the trips aren't very long. So I don't know. That's a good question. I have to think about it.
Mike Keith goes to the Senior Bowl. He goes to the Combine. He does do some traveling in the offseason, but who knows? Mike is up next here on our program. He's been waiting patiently. Thank you for calling and thank you for waiting. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Jared, one thing I think that is probably worth making a point of here, when that question was presented to Mike Keith about what his father would say, I'd be willing to bet you that there were hundreds of your listeners that kind of silently nodded to themselves. I think one thing to remember is that when you have second and third generation fans, the conversation about what happens at your alma mater becomes a common denominator to get into other conversations related to your family. So I don't think that you can separate his feelings about his alma mater from his feelings about his family. And I'm not sure even that the metric of what is a, quote, better job or if it even gets into it. So I think that that's worth considering. As a
Mike,
third
I think
generation.
this is one of the most insightful calls I've ever taken on this show.
Well, thank you.
And I'm going to tell you why, and I appreciate your call, because I brought up, when we played the cut of Mike Keith being asked about what his dad would have thought, of him having this job and saying, I know my dad's there. I know he's proud. And the cut, Mike's kind of one of those long talkers. He's a great broadcaster. Great broadcasters can talk, for a while. And he talked about, when I went down to our old seats and I sat in them and as I was listening to the last caller talk about, you cannot separate your love for the Vols and your fandom with the relationship with your father and things like that. I started to think about myself a little bit. And again, I've said, I'm not leaving this job to go to Louisville, to go call U of L games. But my dad and I didn't grow up watching U of L. Look, I love U of L, and he roots for U of L now because that's where I went, but we didn't, again. But when I talk about, my dad and I, it's usually in reference to the Titans. And so I think there is something to that, where it's my dad listens to this show. He might be listening now. I have no idea. And to now think about being a dad myself, it's yeah, maybe there is something to that of, hey, I've done what I could do with the Titans. And look, the Titans didn't win a Super Bowl. And I'm sure, again, it's not like Mike can regret that. It's not Mike's fault they didn't win a Super Bowl. But I'm sure he would have loved to have called a Super Bowl, called a championship. He called the Super Bowl, but called a Titans Super Bowl victory. And I'm sure he would have loved to do that. But outside of that, he's really done everything you can do. Let's go to Dylan in Antioch, who's up next here on the program. Thank you for calling and thank you for waiting. Dylan, go ahead.
Hey, Jared. I mean, goodness gracious. This is so frustrating. I guess it's hiding the sand. I mean, oh my goodness. Like, okay, one of my friends texted me this. They said, this is the official fall of 104.5 The Zone. Mike Keith moving on. And I didn't think of it from that perspective, but that's actually correct. It was like the only reason I'd tune into that station is to hear Mike Keith. And I agree with that. That's the only reason I listen to him either. And like, the Titans are such like at a bad, low place. Like, and he's such a good dude. Like, and he's gone. Like, what the hell are we gonna do? Like, who was your idea for the next broadcaster? I'm sorry, this just bothered me very much. But thank you for taking my call, Jared. Thank you.
So I understand everybody in the program, Dylan, thank you for calling. I understand everybody in the program that's listening right now is probably just driving in the car or just watching the stream because you have nothing else to do. And so you probably have plans at 5:15. But as of right now, Ian, at 5:15, what do we have on our program today?
The hot board for the Mike Keith replacements.
And don't you think it's probably a pretty fair list?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So we'll have to, but that's in the 5 o'clock hour. So you have to listen then, I guess. Let's go to Scott, who's up next on Mike Keith. Scott, thank you for calling and waiting. Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, real quick. I want one of the jobs at one of the big SEC schools, Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, LSU. That's a bigger job than in a small market NFL broadcasting job. I don't think anybody cared or knows who the Falcons broadcasters were. Everybody knew who Larry Munson was. But
everybody knows who Wes Durham is.
Yeah, well, that's not why I called, but I wanted to talk about not Mike Keith, the broadcaster, but just second what you said about Mike Keith, the guy. He's one of the nicest people you will ever meet. I had 3 kids born pretty close together, and when they were little, I coached them in all the sports, t-ball, coach pitch, basketball, and my wife worked on the weekend, so I had my hands full. And one year I had my son and Mike's son were the same age, and I had him playing basketball, and best parent I've ever dealt with. He was helpful, nice, if I needed something, because, not only am I coaching 1 or 2, I've got my eye on 1 or 2 of the others because I'm basically a single parent on the weekend. And if I needed something, he would volunteer to do it. But, after the year, after being so nice and helpful, he writes me a thank you letter and gives me, this is back when the weekly call-in show was at the Brentwood O'Charlie's, writes me a thank you letter and gives me a big O'Charlie's gift certificate. Definitely one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And that's, to me, stands out much more than his broadcasting.
I haven't met a single person, and this is the nicest thing I could say about anybody. I've never met a person who didn't like Mike Keith. I have never met a person who has ever felt slighted by Mike Keith. I've never met somebody who's ever had a confrontation with Mike Keith. I've never met anybody who hates Mike Keith. One of my favorite Mike Keith moments was years ago. I was driving home and I was listening to his coach's show with Vrabel. And somebody called in and asked the question about, what is the deal with Paul Kaharski? And so I'm driving home and I'm listening to this. And Mike Keith goes, oh, it's okay. Paul's a good guy. And Vrabel goes, I wouldn't say that. And I just laughed because you could tell Mike was in such between a rock and a hard spot. Paul at the time was on that station. And so, they could kind of always banter about those kind of things. But Mike's like, because Mike's never going to say anything bad about anybody. And the real reason Mike's not going to say anything bad about anybody is because Mike Keith doesn't have a mean bone in his body. And that's because, quite frankly, nobody has anything mean or bad to say about Mike Keith because of how great Mike Keith is. And so everything that you said, I know for a fact is true. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Like sand through the hourglass, it is time to get back to the days of our Titans. So let's talk about this GM job that's really not a GM job. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. So let's talk about this non-GM job for the Titans. The Titans are trying to convince us that this is a real GM job. The general manager will be in charge of setting the draft strategy, free agency, managing the coaching staff, and integrating scouting into the coaching process. That is pretty much what a GM in the NFL does. Now, look, there's a lot of other elements. You know, when Floyd was GM, he kind of did everything. Like, they didn't even have Vin Marino there to manage the cap. So he managed the cap, and he brought guys in for workouts, and he would do all of those things. And clearly, you know, he was over PR and security and all that. And clearly what they want to do is they want to have Brinker be in charge of all of that, and then the other guy be in charge of that. But then Brinker's in charge of that guy and all the decisions that guy makes. They are trying to tell us that this is a real GM role without the single most important part of being GM, which is the power to make decisions. And so most of us with a brain know that it's not a real GM role. And I'm just going to tell you that if Floyd Reese was still alive and they offered him the job under these conditions, he'd say no, unless they offered him $1 gazillion to take it. I asked him one time if he got offered $2 million, would he take the Jets job to be GM? And he said, no. Oh, God, I'd never take the Jets. That job sucks. And it wouldn't. I said, what about $4 million? He said, $4 million? Jets, Jets. Ha, 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 ha. But one time we were walking, this is during the AFC Championship game in Kansas City. And I said to Floyd, I go, if J-Rob called you and said, Floyd, I need you. I want you back in the organization. Would you do it? And he said, no. Because, as he said, I know the work that I put in working in the NFL, and the only way I want to do that is if I'm running the show. So he would not take this Fugazi GM job. And while, again, the Titans are trying to tell everybody, no, this is a very coveted position, and the GM will have a lot of power. He won't have the important power, but he'll have a lot of power, and the GM will be very important. And I think there are some Titan fans out there that are like, well, let's see what this GM hire is, and let's hope this GM can take our team to greatness and things like that. I think a lot of us are having a hard time getting over the idea that it isn't really a fake position and that Chad Brinker really is the GM. But if the Titans and Chad Brinker want us to take this position seriously, then they need to hire somebody that Chad Brinker isn't friends with. They need to hire somebody that Chad Brinker hasn't worked with. I heard Charles Robinson on with Robbie and Joe today, and he was like, I expect the Titans to hire somebody who Chad Brinker worked with in Green Bay, or somebody that Chad Brinker's friends with. And I thought, of course you do. And again, I don't know this for a fact, but of course he will. Now, let me say this. Personally, I cannot tell you the amount of pride and self-satisfaction that I got from us hiring Caroline Fenton and how that played out. What's funny is I take a lot of pride in the fact that when my co-host got sick and he left the radio show and we took some time to evaluate, Ryan Porth and I sat down and we said, okay, where do we want to go from here? There were internal candidates. There were people that we knew that we could just pop right in and say, okay, Floyd's out and you're in. There was a former coach that we had considered. There was a former very prominent local media personality that we had talked about a little bit, but it just didn't feel right. It wasn't what I was looking for. It wasn't a quick fix. It wasn't a let's bring my buddy in here to come in and work with it. It wasn't any of that. And I said to Porth, I said, let's post the job, open it up, and see who applies. Now, if I was the one that was running the search, Ian, that probably may have gone a little differently simply because I'm not sure I would have been able to deal with all the resumes. Mm-hmm. But knowing that Porth was going to be the one to deal with all of that, I felt fine with it. I had never heard of Caroline Fenton before, but she had a specific skill set that I was looking for the show. And she was exactly what I wanted. And I didn't even know her. If I had just said, I'm only going to hire my buddies, I don't think I would have done what was in the best interest of the show and the best interest of the station. And Caroline, to her credit, has become a great host. She's a great radio host. I mean, that midday show, when she, on her way out, they did better ratings than they had ever done before. and she's now an ascending talent at Yahoo. But she brought exactly what we were looking for to this show and to this station. And again, it wasn't the buddy-buddy system. It was I want the best man for the job. And that ended up being a woman. But we didn't go looking to hire a woman. We went looking to hire the best person, period. So I can tell you right now, when it came to making a huge hiring decision, and again, Ryan Porth was the program director, but it was my show. I didn't go looking for my buddy. I didn't go looking for somebody I knew. Somebody that I knew would be loyal and would never stab me in the back and would never, and not that Caroline would, but I didn't know her from a jar of Vicks. So if I can do that, and I can say that should be a sign that, again, if you didn't, hear on the XYZ, whatever, like that should be a sign that I put the show first. So when it comes to Chad Brinker, and it comes to the Titans, and it comes to this Fugazi GM position that doesn't really sound much like a GM position, if Chad Brinker hires his guys from the Packers, then I already know what we already know, which is it's not a serious position. It's Chad Brinker's assistant general manager position. It's Chad Brinker's, I don't want to say it, but you know what? If he hires somebody from outside the box, somebody he's never worked with, somebody who's got a totally different skill set from him, somebody that, again, I see Thomas Dimitrov's name is out there interviewing for the job. If he hires somebody like that and says, okay, Thomas, you're in charge, I still will be skeptical of this Chad has final say stuff, but you got a lot better shot of me taking that seriously and thinking that you can cultivate a new future for the Titans. Because, again, what I can't get over is I can't get over this idea that the Titans are trying to pitch, and I even heard Willie Daunick today saying he doesn't buy any of this. This idea that they weren't in lockstep, that Chad wasn't a part of the triumvirate of decision makers that led them to the worst team in the NFL. So, again, this Fugazi NFL GM position, when we think general manager, we think you pick the players, you draft the players, you pick the coach. Of course, the owner always has final say on all of those things, but at the same time, when it comes to real organizations, not this one, but real organizations, the general manager, unless it's a coach-first organization like Sean Payton with Denver, the general manager is in charge. This general manager will not be in charge. The Titans are going to treat this general manager the same as a general manager that is in charge. And again, I think that's cosplay. But if you want me to kind of believe that you're actually taking this seriously, then let's open the job up and let's find the best person for the job. Not just Chad Brinker's buddy from Green Bay. But it does feel inevitable when I saw Paul Kaharski 5 minutes after Rand Carthon got fired, put out a story saying, here's John Eric Sullivan at the Packers. I thought, oh God, here we go. So if you want us to take it seriously, it's got to be somebody that shows that you really demonstrated the need to have a real search to find the best person for the job. And not just somebody to clean Chad Brinker's car for him. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. The Titans are reaching out to a lot of names. If you've been following this, there's one I was very pleasantly surprised about. And I actually think that he'd take the job. Seriously about that. We'll do that next. Stillman Company, 1025 The Game. What do you think about the future between Derrick Henry and the Titans?
I would love to see him stay. I think he would be a great, continued addition, not addition, but for Brian, for the father, for Coach Callahan to come in as well and work with that run game. I think it's really important to maintain. Now, I know there's going to be people out there knocking on the door, but for how much, right? What's going to be the situation? He's got one more year left.
He's done.
Oh, he's done.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was. Yeah.
But I just don't think there's going to be a lot of money. I think he's going to get out there thinking he's going to get $10 million bucks, and it's going to be like 1 year up to 4.5.
It's going to be a Dalvin Cook situation, right? Maybe. I'm not saying that they were. I'm just saying, is it going to be that? What did Dalvin get? $7 million?
Something like that. Well, up to.
Up to. Yeah, it's going to be an up to situation. Absolutely. I would love to watch you guys or see you guys continue to have him there because I think it's important. I think it would be great if he took a deep breath and realized he wanted to play for this situation. That's what I think personally. It would be nice to have him there.
That was Thomas Dimitrov on our show at the Super Bowl last year. He's the CEO of Sumer Sports. And I was pleasantly surprised yesterday to see Thomas Dimitrov's name as an interview candidate for the GM position of the Titans. Again, the fake GM position that doesn't actually have the power of being GM. But before you get too excited about that, just know the Titans are reaching out to everybody. They've reached out to the woman, her name escapes me, with the Browns. They've reached out to John Spytek for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They've reached out to Terrence Gray of the Buffalo Bills. They've reached out to everybody. I'm surprised they haven't reached out to Willie Donick and Derek Mason at 1025 The Game to interview for the GM job. Jarek was not on the air today, Ian. Maybe they did reach out to Derek Mason at 1025 The Game for the open GM position.
Maybe.
I mean, it would qualify as a Rooney Rule interview if they were to interview Derek and an external minority candidate. That would then be a check mark, and then Brinker can hire whoever he wants from Green Bay. So, again, I'm not going to get too caught up in, well, they're interviewing Thomas Dimitrov, and now they have a clue. Because, again, they're reaching out to everybody right now. And, again, if they end up hiring Johnny Joe from Green Bay, you'll know it was all a sham, just like it looks like a sham right now. But I have heard something when Dimitrov's name and real candidates, serious general manager candidates that could be actual real GMs for other teams, when their names come up, and people will say, I don't understand why somebody like that would even want to take the job. And I actually think Thomas Dimitrov would take this job. And I'll tell you why. Some people think that because this is a toothless general manager job that it wouldn't be attractive to somebody serious. But I actually think Dimitrov or somebody else in his situation would be fine being the number 2 in an organization with no stability and being paid like a general manager compared to his current job, which is the CEO of the analytics company, Sumer Sports. So if Thomas Dimitrov wants to get back in the NFL, beggars can't be choosers. So this is a GM job where I assume you get paid like the GM. You just don't have the final decision-making of the GM. I think he'd want this job. The kind of person who's not going to want this job is somebody who has options that include real GM jobs. Those are the people who won't take it. So when I keep seeing the name Mike Borgonzi bandied about, the assistant general manager in Kansas City, I roll my eyes because 8 other teams have already requested permission to speak with Mike Borgonzi. And one of these teams eventually is going to hire Mike Borgonzi, and they're going to make him the real general manager. It's almost like we've seen this before. 2 years ago, when the Titans were looking for a general manager, and that general manager job was more real than this general manager job, because there wasn't a Chad Brinker with final say above you. You just had to work with Mike Vrabel. The Titans had a list of candidates they wanted to interview. And Adam Peters of the 49ers was one that the Titans reached out for. And Adam Peters declined the request and said, nah, I don't think I'm going to interview for that job. Because Adam Peters knew, if I'm leaving San Francisco to take a GM job, I'm going to go somewhere where I'm actually going to be the GM, not where I have to work and collaborate with Mike Vrabel. So he wasn't interested. But a guy 2 rungs lower on the totem pole, Rand Carthon, probably didn't have options the way that Adam Peters knew that he would have options down the road. So what happened was Rand Carthon said, yeah, I'll work with Mike Vrabel. Sold. But Adam Peters wasn't going to do that. He had options. The good general manager candidates, Mike Borgonzi, will have options. Well, Jared, he and Brinker are friends. If you read the Paul Kaharski article, he and Brinker worked the trade in order to acquire L'Jarius Sneed. So that means all of a sudden he's going to risk his career with Chad Brinker and answer to him when he's in an organization where they're going to go to the AFC Championship game every year. So if he doesn't get the GM job of his liking this year, he'll get the GM job of his liking next year. He's not going to do that. So again, here's who takes the job. Somebody that doesn't have options. Somebody who's outside of the NFL, for instance, Thomas Dimitrov, who, hey, it's been 4 years since he's been in the NFL. You want back in? Take this job. And then do a good job. Maybe you go somewhere else. Do a bad job. Maybe Chad Brinker's the one who gets fired next year. You get promoted up. But you'll get paid like a general manager. You'll get to call yourself a general manager. You'll get to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and get to work every day just like a general manager. You just won't have the power of being general manager, which again, in a perfect world, if they got to pick, they'd say, yeah, I'd rather be the general manager with power. But if it's be the general manager without power or don't have a job or be the CEO of Sumer Sports, I'll take the BGM without power. But if you're somebody who's already an assistant GM and you know you're going to be a GM at some point, you're not going to take this job. So that's why when I hear people say, I don't even see why Dimitrov would want the job. That's why. Because it's his way of getting back in the league. When somebody says, oh man, this guy, he's the top GM candidate, he's not taking the job. So again, I don't know these guys from a jar of Vicks. Terrence Gray in Buffalo, for instance. Maybe Terrence Gray is somebody who is going to be a big-time GM candidate down the road. I don't know. Maybe he's somebody who a lot of people are looking to, saying this guy would be a great GM. Well, he's got to know that if he doesn't take a job this year, Buffalo will be good next year. He'll be okay. John Spytek in Tampa, I don't even know if Tampa's making the playoffs next year. I mean, maybe he takes the job because it's like, well, I need to. But again, the idea that a serious candidate won't take the job, you have to ask yourself this. Is being a glorified assistant general manager a better job than what you have now? If the answer is yes, you'll be interested. If it's not, you'll say no.
Didn't in the press release say something like Brinker will be breaking the ties between GM and coach?
How stupid did that sound?
Like, does that mean he's involved in every decision or only when the GM and the coach are like at odds about who to pick? And how often does that happen?
Well, just think about
Or is that just
again,
semantics? Or is that just BS of like saying he's got final say?
I think it's easy to just say, because the Titans are doing this now. We're talking about, well, Rand had final say last year. And I think it's easy to say, okay, well, if the coach and the GM don't see eye to eye, then Brinker breaks the tie. So how often is that going to happen? And how often are they going to figure it out before Brinker comes in there to break the tie? And that was, well, he's really not going to use his power that much. That's just going to be his power. Again, what do you think Chad Brinker's doing when he gets to work in the morning? Like, you think that Chad Brinker's just going to say, all right, guys, I'm going to Maui and I'm going to go out on the beach and you guys figure out how to run the football team? They're all in the same rooms talking together every day. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, they were doing this together every day last year.
Yeah, was he like, hey, no, I didn't want to actually take Latham 7th overall. I wanted to take this guy, but Rand overruled me? Like, is he doing that kind of stuff?
That's what needs to be answered. And that's why I think they haven't held a press conference. because this is why I think they've done their little safe space interviews, and I'm not saying safe space interviews that like PK or TD or, well, maybe not PK, but TD and Gentry and Nick Suss and those guys weren't asking real questions. But, it's like, hey, we got 10 minutes on the phone for you, or hey, but I'm talking about a real in front of everybody kind of thing where you can't duck out, you can't BS it. Because I think that's a very important question, which is, okay, so what moves were made this offseason that you said, no, I am out on this, and Rand said, well, I have final say, so we're making the trade for L'Jarius Sneed.
Mike, is Brinker going to people at the end of the season going, see, I wanted Bowers at 7, and you guys wanted Latham, and look what happened? Like, I don't know, but I'm just curious how this whole situation's going down.
I think they're trying to sell the fans on that without saying it, which does not make it true, by the way. And Brian Callahan did them no favors when he was like, yeah, no, it was me, Rand, and Chad pulling the rope together every day. But so, again, to your point about the breaking the ties, I mean, breaking ties, they make that sound like the GM and the coach are going to walk into Brinker's office and knock on the door. Come on in. Okay, what's up? Well, I really want Frankie Louvu at inside backer, but he really wants Rashawn Evans at inside backer. What do you think, Chad? I think Frankie Louvu. That's what they're trying to tell you. But what's really happening is they're going to be sitting there looking at a board saying, okay, who's better, Louvu or Evans? And Chad's going to be sitting there looking at the board too. So, again, the reality is when you think GM, you think real power. This is not that job. But that's okay. That doesn't mean people aren't going to want to take the job. It just means that somebody with options will not want to take the job. Just like Adam Peters didn't want to take the job 2 years ago to work with Mike Vrabel, but he was fine taking the Commander's job with a new owner, and he got to pick his coach, and he gets to run his program. You don't get Adam Peters, but you can get the guys on the second tier. Because, again, everybody has to answer to Chad Brinker. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. Chad Brinker's got a new plan. Draft, develop, and retain. Why didn't I think of that? We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game.
turn this thing around. I mean, it's not overnight. I mean, it's going to take some time, and we're going to work really hard. And you just never know where this can go. But we understand that there needs to be a little patience involved in building a roster. It's going to be focused, methodical approach where we're trying to get first downs before we get touchdowns. But maybe our quarterback develops into one of the great young stars of our league. You just never know what can happen. And at the end of the day, Ray and I talk about this all the time. When you come into an organization, you identify what needs to be fixed. You hire the best before anybody else does, and you develop an obsession with winning immediately. That's what we get paid to do, is to win. So that's there's no. As we approach this season, we're doing everything we can to assemble a roster to allow us to compete at the highest level.
That was Chad Brinker last year saying, we got to win immediately. Be patient. It's going to take time, folks, but we need to win immediately. That's what we're paid to do. We're paid to win. They didn't win. The other guy got fired. He got promoted, or he stays, and now they're just making his promotion more obvious. The buzzwords. So Chad Brinker's done a media circuit, but he hasn't done any on-camera interviews. And I swear to God, Ian, I am convinced the reason that they're not doing on-camera interviews with him are because they know that we're going to use those cuts over and over and over and over again.
Maybe.
So he's doing these print interviews. And his new thing is draft, develop, retain. Jim Wyatt at Tennessee, I almost said at the Tennessean, holy crap. At TennesseeTitans.com, Jim Wyatt, quote, this is how it starts the story. Draft, develop, retain. Those three words sum up Titans president of football operation Chad Brinker's vision and philosophy to get the franchise back on track. Brinker, who will lead the search for Ran Carthon's replacement at general manager on Tuesday, shared his thoughts on what the Titans need to do moving forward to have a long-term vision, to have long-term success. The consistent winning organizations in this league, they have a vision. They have a process that they believe in, said Brinker, who spent 13 seasons with the Packers. And they have the discipline to execute it. So, if the question is, what is our vision? We're going to be a draft and develop organization. What does that mean? Number one, it means we're going to build the core of our roster through the draft, and we're going to be selective in free agency. Number two, it means we're going to emphasize player development, particularly our young players. And number three, once those players are developed, we're going to be looking to retain our core performers, our very best. Draft, develop, and retain. Arrgh! I'm sorry, but does anybody else feel like that's kind of below your intelligence level as far as a plan's concerned? That's like a political campaign. When I'm elected, we will lower prices. Yay! Can I ask how? This would be like weight loss guru Dr. Jared Stillman's new book, The Secret to Losing Weight. You know what my secret is? Eat less and run more. Wow. Draft, develop, and retain. You know what that reminded me of? Do you remember last year? Fit. Chad Brinker on the Official Titans podcast talked about their philosophy. Fit.
I know Ray and I, we've had a lot of conversations just around philosophically how to build a football team. And we're just so aligned, he and I. And, Rand talks about he has this acronym, FIT, fast, instinctive, and tough football players. And I love that. I was like, man, I love that. That's kind of an identity of the team that you want to build. And because this league, I mean, you got to be big and fast. I mean, size and speed matters.
Fit. I said, man, I love that. That's the way to do it. And now it's draft, develop, and retain. By the way, I love this, be selective in free agency. Basically what it's saying is what we did last year was all bad. Even though I was a part of it, it was all bad. Free agency, bad. We need to draft, develop, and retain. And the reason that he's saying that is because Amy, after spending all that money and getting no results from it, is like, I don't want to spend all the money in free agency, so I want us to build a team. And he says, draft, develop, and retain, and she loves it, I would assume. But free agency is really important. especially when your team freaking sucks. Let's go back to the last time the Titans bungled it up like they did last year when they were rebuilding, 2016, when they had to go from 3-13 to 9-7 overnight. And think about kind of how they drafted young players and they built around young players long-term. Derrick Henry, Kevin Byard, A.J. Brown, Taylor Lewan, Jack Conklin, Jarrell Casey, Harold Landry, all kind of homegrown draft and developed players. But you don't get to where that team got to in 2016, 2019 without Ben Jones and Roger Saffold and Logan Ryan and Dennis Kelly and Kenny Vaccaro and Ryan Tannehill. You don't get there without those guys. Draft, develop, retain. And Brinker will tell you that's what we do in Green Bay. Draft, develop, and retain. Did you retain Devontae Adams? By the way, how did Green Bay get Josh Jacobs on their team? May I ask that question? How about Xavier McKinney, their all-world safety? How did they get him? You know who didn't spend money in free agency? Dallas. You want to be like them? Baltimore spent money in free agency. Kansas City, a notoriously cheap organization, spends money in free agency. This draft, develop, and retain, again, it's bullcrap. Everybody's trying to draft, develop, and retain. Everybody wants to draft Derrick Henry and then sign him. Everybody wants to draft Patrick Mahomes and then sign him. Everybody wants to do that. The Dallas Cowboys do that. They drafted Dak Prescott and they retained him. They drafted CeeDee Lamb and they retained him. They drafted Micah Parsons and they're not going to let him go, and you know that. So again, what this is corporate buzzwordery. Anybody who knows anything about football knows you do not get elite players in their primes if you don't draft them. That's it. And again, the idea of being selective in free agency, that is just talk, because every team has to be selective in free agency every year. But I think what happened was the Titans spent all that money last year, and some people just assumed money meant good. And I wonder if the owner thought that too. And so because they assumed money equals good, now they're going to think money equals bad because it didn't work for them last year. It's not that the Titans spent in free agency and that was bad. It was that they didn't spend appropriately in free agency. Bringing in an injured corner and another guy who was older in age and a Awuzie on top of that, that's the issue. Washington went out and brought in Dorrance Armstrong, Frankie Louvu, Tyler Biotish, Nick Allegretti, Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner, Jeremy Reeves, Marcus Mariota, Jeremy Chin, Dante Fowler Jr., Olamide Zacchaeus, and Noah Igubanagani, on top of others. That's before we get to the guys like Jeremy McNichols, who provided impact for them. They added all those guys. Free agency bad? So, again, I just, what the Titans have to do, and you do this by, you don't do this with corporate buzzwords and talk, you do it by proving it. The Titans have to demonstrate that they can spend appropriately. Again, everything is currency. Brinker talks about draft picks as capital. Free agency money is currency too. Some owners spend more than others, but it's all kind of the same. Again, it's all currency. It's all dollars. It's all picks. It's all whatever. And I don't think it's appropriate to spend a third-round draft choice, a top 100 pick, on a running back for a team that had a ton of holes and Derrick Henry starting at running back. Especially if Tajay Spears, for instance, is really going to be a third-down running back. It is appropriate to sign somebody in unrestricted free agency for the veteran minimum to be your third-down running back, like Dontrell Hilliard or Jeremy McNichols. That's the problem. Trading a third-round draft choice and giving $25 million to a corner with an arthritic knee is a bad idea. That's not spending appropriately. I would even argue the backup quarterback position. Will Levis has demonstrated that he can't stay healthy. So regardless as to whether or not he would be the guy, not the guy, you have to hedge your bet a little bit with the backup quarterback because Levis got hurt in 2021 at Kentucky, or excuse me, 2022 at Kentucky and 2023 with the Titans. Instead, the Titans went cheap at backup quarterback with Mason Rudolph, and they paid the price. That's not spending appropriately. You're going to spend $8 million on a running back, but you're not going to get a right tackle? Again, that's not spending appropriately. So this draft, develop, retain, I mean, again, that is corporate buzz phrasery from what I believe to be a snake oil salesman who's telling the owner that because that is exactly what the owner wants to hear. Draft, yes. Develop, yes. Retain, yes. You want to know why she likes that? Because John Robinson, at the end, wasn't great at drafting. Mike Vrabel's last coaching staff, not great at developing. And with A.J. Brown, they didn't retain. So that's his way of making sure, let's check every box of what the owner wants to avoid so that we can, and let's come up with a corporate buzz phrase. But again, everybody wants to draft good players. Everybody wants to develop good players. Everybody wants to retain their good players. And everybody also wants to go get other people's good players too. That's the league. The question is, can you spend appropriately in free agency? Not be selective. You don't need to get one free agent every year. You need to spend appropriately. Can you do that? Or is, again, this just corporate buzzwordery? Premium picks, premium players, premium positions. So were you not there when y'all took the nose tackle at 38? I got a hard time with that. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. We will get to your phones. Plus, Kaharski had a, I'm not going to say a report, but he's saying he's hearing something in the building, and boy, that's convenient. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 again.
I know there's kind of a ridiculous train of thought out there that some people are saying about me. I'm carrying water for the organization. It's nonsense. You guys know me. I've covered the organization for a long time. I've got multiple people that I talk to, and I'm telling you about what's happening. And I would just say, if you're listening to people who are saying I'm carrying water for the organization, well, ask them who they're carrying water for then. Right? If they think I'm sourced by one side, which I'm not, I'm sourced by people who are there, who are telling me what's going on and what their feelings are. But if you're talking to somebody who's saying that I'm somehow carrying water for Chad Brinker is not the source of any of that information, by the way, about Rand. No, none of it. If somebody's telling you I'm carrying water for Chad Brinker or for the Titans, ask them who they're carrying water for. Because if they're so counter to this information, which is 100% accurate, they're getting their information for somebody and telling somebody's story.
That was PK today on the Paul Kaharski podcast saying, I am not carrying water for the Titans. I am not carrying water for Chad Brinker. Again, if you heard him on Robbie and Rex Road yesterday, like the amount of pushing back Joe was doing against, PK, who has now become the biggest Titan fan there ever was hysterical. But I find it so hard to accept that when, again, Paul is, as soon as Rand's fired, putting out a story about how Rand was lazy. And then today on the same podcast, he's relayed some information. I haven't heard this from anybody. I haven't heard this from TD. I haven't heard this from Buck. I haven't heard this from my sources. I haven't heard this. We'll ask TD. He'll be here in 5 minutes. We'll ask him. But apparently, according to Paul, everybody in the Titans building, for the most part, is happy that Rand Carthon is gone. Here's what he said.
There's been talk that there's a split, that there are Carthon guys and there are Brinker guys. Sense I'm getting is that Carthon guys pretty limited. Anthony Robinson, probably the one Carthon guy in there, and Anthony Robinson's gone. He's fired the same day Robinson was fired. I think people in the building are pretty happy to see this direction go. I'm sorry if that's a hard truth that people don't want to hear. I think the building is behind this move. And I think the building being behind this move says something. If you care about the people in the building who are doing the grunt work. If you're doing the grunt work and this is what you want, does that count for something to you guys? It counts for something to me.
The sense I get is everybody's happy with the move the Titans made. I haven't heard that. By the way, I am hearing that tomorrow there are going to be coaching staff changes. They're going to Friday news dump it. So just keep that in mind. Jared in Spring Hill is up next here on the program. Jared, thank you for calling and waiting. Go ahead.
Hey, got a couple things for you. I've never seen, I guess the real drama must go on these planes, because you had it with the DUI and Downing, and then, all this laziness about Rand has come out on the planes. And I guess Callahan used his time a lot more wisely on the plane, because he seemed to have a great plan in place for his growth, in the off season going into next season. And so I just find it kind of crazy. The more they talk, the super they sound. But also, too, I want to get into a hypothetical. Do you think with Brinker's connections to Green Bay, he would present the idea to Amy to bring in Aaron Rodgers as a bridge? Is he that down?
I think it's possible.
Or
I
what?
think it's
possible.
Let me say this, Jared. I think it's possible. Now, again, I don't know how that would work. I mean, that's kind of far-fetched, but if they trade out of the pick, and it sounds like he's going to want to trade out of the pick. If they trade out of the pick and they don't take a quarterback, they probably do have to sign Rodgers. And I wonder again if, we're the Green Bay way. Let's go get the Green Bay quarterback who Green Bay got rid of because they didn't feel like he was part of the Green Bay way anymore. But who knows? One texter says, Brinker's draft, develop, retain is what all 32 teams in the NFL are trying to do every single season. He uses a bunch of words just to try and make it sound like he knows what he's doing or what he's talking about. Bingo! Just like fit. Like, if I was GM, I'd say we're going to draft the best players. Even Rand Carthon, with all of his bull crap, did he ever get up there and say, I don't think the draft's that important? No. It's crazy talk when it comes to some of the draft, develop, retain. And Amy probably hears that and is like, wow. Dustin says, at this point, I'm qualified to manage the Titans. Another texter says, please keep pushing back on PK's nonsense reporting. So, can I play the cut, Ian, on PK talking about the Rand story?
What do you mean, can you?
Well, should I?
I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, so PK put out that story about Rand sleeping on the plane and Rand leaving pro day at UK early when they were evaluating Will Levis and how that rubbed people the wrong way. And look, I had heard similar stuff. I put out hey, Rand likes to play GM more than he likes to be GM. I put that out a year and a half ago because that's what I heard from somebody inside the building. And what it indicated to me was that Rand didn't put in the work that these people expected the GM. That's it. That's what I was reporting. That's what I heard. That's what I said. So I don't doubt the stuff from Paul. But here was Paul explaining why he waited until Rand got fired before he reported it.
Ed Henry says, curious about my Rand article. In the past with an editor, would I have been allowed to publish it? And what goes into deciding to publish it or not? I knew all of that stuff well before. This is not stuff that I got after Rand was fired. This is stuff I knew and that was building during Rand's tenure. Now, I didn't publish it during Rand's tenure for two reasons, really. One, I didn't have it all the way. People weren't as willing to say these things. And I have these things from at least 4 people, 5, 6 people. But I wasn't as comfortable publishing it while he was working for the team. I wasn't comfortable publishing it while he was working for the team. And people weren't sources weren't as comfortable with me publishing it while he was with the team.
Okay, so he basically said, I had all this info while he was with the team, but I didn't feel comfortable publishing it when he was with the team. But now that he's fired, I feel comfortable publishing it. Doesn't that kind of sound like front running? Like, again, hey, when you're in power, I'm not going to publish this because I don't want to get on your bad side. But when you're out of power, I'll throw dirt on you because now I can. And I don't do that. Again, I try to be an umpire. And you may not agree with my strike zone, but if it crosses the plate, yeah. If not, ball 2. And I feel that way. So I hear that, and it's like, oh, okay. I had all this info so long ago, but I didn't feel comfortable publishing it because he was in power at the time. TD joins us for the TD Power Hour. That's next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. It is, that's right, 4 o'clock on a Thursday, which means TD is with us for the TD Power Hour. The second edition this week, because the one on Tuesday was an emergency Power Hour. This is your regularly scheduled Power Hour. TD is with us. TD, how are you?
I'm doing really well, man. We get two sessions this week. I appreciate it.
2 sessions and then the snow, but I want to start with this. Your thoughts and what you're hearing and everything else on the latest edition of Days of Our Titans.
Well, look, here's the deal. You're seeing them come through a lot of candidates. Obviously, this weather is going to make it a little difficult. So you'll see some things happening within the coming week or so. I think when you look at this GM job, after everything calming down, like the dust settling a little bit, obviously it's not the job that a lot of people are going to want, but it's still a GM job. And I've had candidates reach out to me asking about it and saying, hey, I wouldn't touch it. I've had one other say that this is basically the same as what I already do now. And I think it really boils down to this, and from just the different conversations, it boils down to this: their comfort level with Chad Brinker. And I know that kind of seems obvious, but that is really what it boils down to, how they feel that they could work with him. And I think that's why you have to look at the Packers, right? And I think that's why a guy like Reggie McKenzie, I think that's why he comes into play. He has a history, with the Packers. Obviously, he's with the Dolphins now, but it has to be somebody that's comfortable enough to feel that they could come in and be able to do their job without having to look over their shoulder too much. Because, let's face the facts. The way things happen, optically, it's not very attractive, right? So you have to be comfortable and be trusting. So that's more or less what I gathered. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few different moves as far as bringing personnel people in here to be able to spearhead what they hope to be turning things around. I will also say this, Brian Callahan, if I'm Callahan, I'm devising a way. Obviously, you want to win, but he's going to have to do so. Like now, not now, right now. He's going to have to, because I feel as though this process is going to require patience, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of patience. And it's hard to say an ownership group or an owner that has fired so many people in such a short period of time will be patient also.
So, boy, that was a lot to unpack. First off, you brought up the GM job. So I want to start on that front. Does it matter who they bring in?
Yes, very much so. Very much
why?
so.
Because it feels to me like whoever comes in is just working for Chad Brinker.
They are, in essence, working for Chad Brinker. But here's the deal. You still have to be good at what you do, right? Chad has final say, but that doesn't mean he's not going to allow somebody to do their job. I would say what the main conclusion that I came to out of this whole situation is Chad is not a dummy. That's the conclusion I came to. He knows how to work this thing. And that being said, I really firmly believe he's going to bring people in here that are very good at what they do. And in the end, if it's a situation where it's a player he doesn't like, he's going to exit, or a player that he wants, we'll see how that works. But if you bring in people that that you believe could do their job well, you're going to be okay. Because if you believe someone does their job well, they do it well, and they win, guess what? You're good.
So you said that that Brinker's not a dummy. I actually agree with you on that. I think Brinker knows exactly how to play the game.
Yes.
And I would say this, though. It feels to me, just reading what guys that have talked to Brinker since he's ascended to the throne have said, and the quotes that have come out from you or from Nick Suss and Gentry or from Jim Wyatt's article or PK's article, it sounds to me like Brinker is trying to sell that this is a different administration with him on top of it. And I have such a hard time with the fact that all last year, it was we're aligned, we're in this together, we're, pulling the rope the same way. We are. And now it feels like everything is, our core philosophy has changed and Rand was the problem. And I have a problem with that because last year you were telling me the exact opposite.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, listen, what they say, life comes at you fast, right? I definitely agree with what you're saying. And even the idea, the draft, develop, retain, that is not something that's new to that building or new to the NFL, period, right? And I'm confused by the packaging, right? Because what I am curious about is, like, are you trying to package this and tell people that this is some new innovative kind of thing, or are you saying that these are core principles that we are going to focus on? I think that's really the thing that you have to determine, right? Now, when you look at this, the draft part of it, yeah, draft picks are good. It's great to have them. But if you got a bunch of them and you don't do things right, guess what? It's not going to do well. And look at the Jimmy Johnson trade, right? When he got Herschel Walker, all those picks for Herschel Walker. It worked because he, did some good trades. Look at John Robinson when he got all those picks for that pick to the number one, that was used on golf. He got Derrick Henry. He got Jonnu Smith. He got, there were some good players in there. So you could have the picks, but you better get it right.
Well, I mean, I think Cleveland got a massive haul for the Julio Jones pick, and they didn't get a single good player, and so to your point, I agree. You have to get the good players, but I mean, I keep hearing that draft, develop, retain. I feel like when they say that, I feel like they're calling me stupid, as if like they had held press conferences before and said the draft wasn't important. And so, now the draft is important. It is important to draft good players. TD, did you know this? Did you know that it's important to draft good players?
You better draft good players. Yeah.
I didn't know this, but that's what it feels to me like they're treating it like, okay, we got this new core philosophy. TD, I mean, again, I think that, you know Rand Carthon well enough. I felt like he took the draft seriously, even if I didn't agree with all the picks. I feel like he took the draft seriously, but now it's like, no. Now our new philosophy. It drives me crazy. It feels like everything that they said last year just doesn't count anymore.
Yeah. It's turn the page on it. I think that's really what it is. It's turn the page on it, but it's just hard. There's a lot of funk and a lot of stink that's left over from that 3-14 season. You know what I mean?
What do you make of Paul saying that, according to what he heard, the building is very happy about the decision to move on from Rand and to put Chad in charge?
All right, Jared. Okay, well, let's use some common sense here. Before I get into conversations I've had, let's use some common sense here, right? If Chase said, "Hey man, Ian got to go," God forbid, because Ian's awesome at what he does. If Chase says Ian got to go, right? You're not going to like it, right? But guess what? Lil Jackson still has to eat, right? So you know what you're going to do? You're going to go with it, and you're going to still do the show. What's the difference between that and what's at St. Thomas Sports Park? People in there, they understand that. I'll put it this way. No one is going to come out and make it very, very clear that they're upset with it. But I don't like counter reporting, so to speak, but I could tell you from conversations I've had, there are people that aren't happy, that are on edge, and that, are like, hey man, we just gonna figure it out. You know what I mean? So that's what I have to say on that one.
What do you make of the idea that this is all of a sudden a new philosophy, new regime from what it was a year ago?
I don't think it's possible to say it's better than it was a year ago because we don't know who they bring in. I saw they got Ian Cunningham. They got they requested to interview him. We'll see. I still remain. I think John Eric Sullivan is going to be the guy because he's just so comfortable. I don't know him personally, but I could see those two, Chad and John Eric Sullivan, being so comfortable with each other that they could coexist, and John Eric could exist in this situation. So I'll say that.
Am I wrong for thinking that if Chad hires one of his buddies from Green Bay, then it was all a sham to begin with. But if he hires somebody that he's never worked with before, then it at least gives more credence to this being a serious position.
No, I mean, you could look at it both ways. I mean, naturally, when you're in a position, let's say you establish your own radio company, you're going to want Ian to come there with you because you guys have the relationship. You know what I mean? So I think naturally you're going to want to have people that you're familiar with if your job is on the line. That's what you're going to want. So I don't think that it really shows any overall master plan or anything like that. And again, optically, this does not look good, though.
What is next for Brian Callahan and the coaching staff? We'll get into that with TD coming up, 615-737-1025, and we'll hit your phones at the end of the hour. Stillman and Company, TD Power Hour, 1025 The Game. Let's talk Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love Hiller. They take great care of my home, and they can do the exact same for you. Hiller has been in business since 1990 and is family owned and operated, and Jimmy Hiller was recently named amongst the most admired CEOs because of the way he truly cares for his team and for his clients. Hiller takes care of the customer on every job, every time, and they stand behind their work. 100% satisfaction. If happy you'll be here, the service is free. And I know all of this because I use Hiller at my home. I recently renovated a room in my home. We had to do HVAC work and we had to do electrical work, and I used Hiller. They are the best. Learn more at happyhiller.com. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Hiller. Call that fish truck today.
I know you're probably involved a lot last year, but do you anticipate being even more involved maybe in the scouting process this year, especially with the quarterback position being one in need, more pro days, more off-season stuff, and you're looking forward to that?
I'm back to my roots, man. I'm back to my Cincinnati days where I plan on being involved in all of it. I'll be at the All-Star games. We'll be full force at the combine. We'll be at the pro days. I'll be at all these guys' pro days. We'll bring them all in. All these prospects. We'll turn over every stone to make sure we find the right one. And it's all the players in the rounds. But I love the scouting process. I love being involved in it. I love going to the All-Star games. I'm excited to go down there and watch some of these guys. And it's just sort of the process I've been used to. And last year was so difficult because of the hiring of the staff and getting systems in place. But I'll be much more present in that part of it this year than last year. Absolutely.
That was Brian Callahan talking about all the change, I guess, but this year he'll still be more focused on scouting, etc. TD with us for the TD Power Hour. TD, what are we hearing on the coaching staff front? I put it out there. I heard Chad Brinker did not want to keep Brian Callahan on as the coach, and I'm sure now everything about, no, I love Callahan because they've decided to go in that direction. But I heard Brinker wanted to change. Amy wants to stay with Callahan. What do we make of Callahan and the coaching staff?
Honestly, I can't say yay or nay as far as wanting him gone and resetting. I do know from the conversation I had with he and Burke Nihil, I know that they understand, again, that it's going to take patience. They believe that Brian Callahan can do the job. And this draft developed. The developed part of it is something that in that conversation was very much emphasized as far as having coaches that are teachers and coaches that will develop this talent and identify the talent and figure out who are the core players and reward them. And I think that's where this next GM is. So I don't know. I will say this. One thing I do know is that this upcoming year, now I'm not saying that they said, hey, look, man, he better win next year or else. I'm not saying they said that. But I firmly believe he has to win this year or else.
Sounds to me like they didn't say it, but you felt it.
Pretty much.
Is that not odd, though, to have Brinker, who's been here a year longer than Callahan, be saying like, oh, nope, he's got to win right now? Or, again, not saying that he said it, but he implied it, or that's what you took away from it, that Brinker would tell everyone, hey, fans, be patient. This is a long process with a big vision. Everybody be patient. We got to be patient. And then at the same time, basically say, all right, coach, you got a year. Doesn't that sound a little odd?
Well, here's the thing. Again, they said that, they believe in him and they believe he can. And this quote was in my Callahan story, as far as with Rand Carthon being gone, Callahan is it turns to Callahan. He's under pressure. And they said they're going to hold him accountable. Like they're going to be watching. And so, I mean, that really basically it tells you what it is, quite frankly. And I think,
where's their accountability, though?
That's where a little bit of confusion comes into play. That's where the confusion comes in, because it's like, okay, it was like with Rand when he was there, you brought the talent in, you put it on the field, and it didn't work. So, okay, let's say the new group, they bring talent in, they put it on the field, and it doesn't work. Is it their fault, or is it, you know what I mean? I think that's where there's going to be an issue.
So I have no skin in Brian Callahan. I like him. I think he's an incredibly nice guy. I did not see anything this season that demonstrated to me that he is a good coach. I'm not saying he's a bad coach. I just didn't really see anything that said good coach. I got nothing if they fire him. I was rooting for them to clean house and, let the next guys decide what to do with Callahan. If they had fired Callahan on Monday with everybody else, as much as I would have hated it for him, the guy, I really wouldn't have cared. And I would have understood it, and I would have been happy with the result. And yet I feel very defensive, TD, when it comes to Callahan, because we're talking about, Brinker says that, we're going to hold Callahan accountable. Well, Callahan hasn't been there as long as you've been there. Who's holding Chad Brinker accountable? And the answer is nobody. And
Well,
that's what's driving me crazy
yeah,
with all of this. Is
and-
it's like
yeah.
Brinker wasn't there, but now he's new, the czar. Like, it drives me nuts.
Yeah, no, I get it, and that's very true, and it goes back to what we were talking about on Tuesday. You know, when we talked about the layering aspect of it, whereas like you could put it together to where you're insulated a bit, and I think that's in essence how it's going to be, and it's the perfect situation for Chad. Honestly, I mean, look at it. Okay, you bring guys in that are good at their job and they get the talent, and Brian Callahan grows into the job, which is again something that they're hoping he does, and that's something that they said specifically that happens, and now you're winning. Okay, cool. I mean, look, I'm not going to take all the credit, but these are the guys I brought in. This is the coach I said we're going to stand by. Now, if it goes wrong, hey, look, man, this coach right here, like, you see what I'm saying? So it's the best of both worlds for him.
I think it's amazing to me how the Titans with a straight face are pretending like Chad Brinker wasn't here for the last 2 years.
Very
And,
interesting. Yeah.
I mean, if a new guy came in, I mean, again, to use a kind of a parallel situation, when Mike Mularkey got hired as the full-time head coach, everybody knew that it was an Amy thing, and John Robinson was just okay with it to get the GM job. And I think most people assumed that, yeah, this team's going to go 6-10 this year, and then they're going to fire Mularkey, and Robinson's going to hire his own coach. Now, that got debunked because they won 9 games that first year, and it was like, holy crap, this team was competitive, and we didn't expect that or whatever. And then ultimately, there was the power struggle with Robinson wanting his own guy.
Mm-hmm.
I say all of this because this feels similar, but John Robinson was new. Chad Brinker is not new. And yet it sounds like Chad Brinker is new. It's like Chad Brinker is taking 0% of the blame.
All right, look,
for
Jared,
what happened
Jared,
last
here,
year.
let's do this, right? What is the thing that you always make fun of the injury predictor, right?
Yes, the AI cancer curing model.
Now this is what now that I'm not going to take it to that point, to the cancer cure. He has an analytical model that is in place that is supposed to predict injuries. Okay. And if you look at, and I said this on Talking with TD, if you look at the things that have happened free agent wise, right? L'Jarius Sneed was probably the big, well, not just acquisition wise. That was a big move, right? Maybe the biggest.
Sure.
Okay. I was going to say, are you there? Lloyd Cushenberry was a big move, right?
Yep.
Chidobe Awuzie was a big move, right?
Yep.
What's one familiar thing between those three?
All 3 got hurt.
I'm just saying. There's
but
a
in
model
that
in
doesn't
place
count.
that's supposed to predict these things.
But in Titanland, that doesn't count. It's a new era, TD.
It's got to be shared responsibility. I firmly believe that.
If we're being intellectually honest, yes, it does. But if we're trying to pretend like, oh, no, this is the new wave, and that, again, I feel like the intellectual dishonesty is what's bothering me, that we're going to hold Brian Callahan accountable. Who's holding you accountable? That's the thing that's driving me crazy. Again, it's just more corporate buzzwordery. Draft, develop, retain. And if we draft and the players aren't good, it's Callahan's fault, not our fault for drafting them. And I'm not the one drafting. I'm hiring somebody to draft. But then if I decide I don't want them to draft them, then they don't draft them.
Hey, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what more has to be put on the table. Well, it's not a good situation right now. It is not at all.
TD is with us. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I said this already. I'm hearing tomorrow there will be a Friday news dump of coaching staff changes. So for everybody that texts in that says, why is Colt Anderson still there? I assume he's getting fired tomorrow. Have you heard anything about the coaching staff one way or another?
No, I haven't. I have not.
So I'll just keep our eyes open to that, and we'll see if it comes to fruition or not. 615-737-1025. We'll hit your phones for TD at the end of the hour, 615-737-1025 here on the program. And then What is next as far as the Titans are concerned? We'll get to that with TD, Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Turn this thing around. I mean, it's not overnight. I mean, it's going to take some time, and we're going to work really hard. And you just never know where this can go. But we understand that there needs to be a little patience involved in building a roster. It's going to be focused, methodical approach where we're trying to get first downs before we get touchdowns. But with maybe our quarterback develops into one of the great young stars of our league. You just never know what can happen. And at the end of the day, Rand and I talk about this all the time. When you come into an organization, you identify what needs to be fixed. You hire the best before anybody else does, and you develop an obsession with winning immediately. That's what we get paid to do, is to win. So that's there's no. As we approach this season, we're doing everything we can to assemble a roster to allow us to compete at the highest level.
There you go. That was Chad Brinker before this past offseason. TD with us for the TD Power Hour. TD, you've talked about the general manager search, and it does feel like Chad Brinker plans on giving the next Titans general manager a lot of responsibilities without the most important responsibility on top of it. So I ask this question of you, which is, do we think Chad Brinker is actually conducting a legitimate search that as of today, on January 9th at 4:33, that he doesn't know who he's going to hire? Or do we think it's a kind of a sham search where Brinker's already got his mind made up and he's just going to bring in Brinker Bobo to come in there and work underneath him?
Yeah, I would definitely not call whoever he brings in a Brinker Bobo. And I'll say this. He, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think he has an idea of who he wants to work with. I mean, wouldn't you? Right? So I think that is the case, but I think they're conducting a legit interview process. I mean, you look at these guys, Mike Borgonzi, John Spytek, Ed Dodds, Thomas Dimitrov, right? Ian Cunningham, Reggie McKenzie. You're going to see again John Eric Sullivan on there soon. Catherine Hickman. I think he's conducting a legitimate search, but I just really feel he's going to bring the person in that he feels obviously most comfortable working with, but also they're going to have this is going to be a GM job. But the only problem is you're not going to have the final say. And this isn't something that's unprecedented, right? You look at Pete Carroll and John Schneider. I mean, that's a good model that worked. You know what I'm saying? You look at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. This is a good model that worked. So I don't want to act like this whole thing is impossible and it has no chance of succeeding. But again, optically, it looks crazy. And that's something that they're going to have to figure out how to navigate. And in my opinion, the only way that you can navigate it is making it work.
Yes and no. I mean, Pete Carroll hired John Schneider. So that, like Pete Carroll was the coach. Brinker's not the coach. He's not. We've talked about Brinker is kind of isolating himself away from any sort of responsibility for winning and losing. Mike Lombardi said one time, and I don't agree with everything Lombardi says, but he did say one time, the only person whose job it is to win is the head coach and the general manager, because everybody else will get another job. The assistant general manager will get another job. The offensive coordinator will get another job. But that everybody remembers if you won or lost, if you were the GM or you were the coach.
Mm-hmm.
What it sounds like to me, and we've talked about Brinker kind of isolating himself from this, like if Pete Carroll's hiring John Schneider to be the general manager, and I know a lot about that search because I worked with the runner-up for that search for 5 years. That's different when they're in it together, coach and GM, and than I think it is when it's like, I'm your boss, but I'm going to have you do all the work, and then I'll come in at the end and either give you the check or the no, and I am, absolved of blame here in this scenario. You see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I think it's a very similar situation in that ultimately one person is going to have responsibility, and it may not be the person that you would think would have that responsibility, right? And when you look at this, I'm just curious how it's going to work, but it won't be the first time that, and I get what you're saying, coach and GM. In this case, it's almost like GM and team president. Like it's a little different in the roles, but I still think it's different in that, or it's similar in that you have a non-traditional person being in final say while someone else builds it up.
What this feels like is it feels like Chad Brinker's basically replacing the owner. The way, the owners, because the owner has final say. Again, we know this, right? Like we talk about final say all the time, but right. I always talk about this with quarterback. Like the owner has final say at quarterback. Like if you watch, for instance, Hard Knocks, the Saquon Barkley stuff. Joe Shane didn't want to re-sign Saquon Barkley. John Mara's walking in there like, I'm going to have a hard time sleeping if he goes to the Eagles, which was like his way of saying, like, I want Saquon back on the team if you can get him. It's
they could have got him.
I know. That's why I think that Shane, amongst many reasons, should be fired. But, ultimately, John Mara is the one who's in charge. He's the one that they went over the draft plan with him, and he's not getting fired no matter what happens because he owns the team.
Yeah.
Brinker, it feels like, is going to be this guy that on draft night, his handpicked GM and his coach will come to him and say, okay, here's our plan. Here's who we want. Here's what we're thinking. And that Brinker, again, is going to be in the draft room saying, should we take him? Should we not? Should we this? Should we this? Like an owner, like when Bud Adams wanted Vince Young. And yet when the team loses, Brinker's not going to get fired, but the GM and the coach are going to get fired. That's what it feels like to me.
I hear what you're saying. And I could definitely see the comparison. I think, that's an interesting way. At some point, it's going to eventually have to come to you. You know what I mean? So we'll see that. But this is just it is so much navigation that has to go through this. And, the sooner they could get a coach a GM in there, the better, because, you got the number one pick. Can I say this? Is it really strange and wild? Isn't it wild how we've spent, almost a week of radio and we're not even focused. Like nobody's even focused on the first pick. I text you earlier. What did I text you today? I said, man, I could sell myself on Cam Ward as the first pick. And we haven't even touched on it. And normally, when I text you, we end up talking about the topic. That's how that's how much like this team has managed to fumble what's going on right now.
Yeah. See, if the team had acted like a normal team and had either said, hey, we're keeping everybody or we're dumping everybody, and then they had done that on Monday and had a press conference on Monday, we'd be on doing normal media stuff. We'd be talking, if they said everybody's coming back, then we'd be talking about, okay, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, are these guys going to be good enough to save their jobs for next year? If they said everybody's gone, we'd be doing normal media stuff by talking about, this candidate for GM, that candidate for head coach, this candidate for that. But again, even when we talk about these GM candidates, we're like, so are these people actually applying for the GM job? Like Mike Borgonzi. I highlight him. Why in the hell would Mike Borgonzi of the Chiefs have any interest in being the general manager of the Tennessee Titans when he can either go to another team where he actually gets to be general manager or wait a year? I think the Chiefs will be good next year, TD, and he'll probably still be a hot name for a GM job. Why would he take this job?
Well, you have to remember that they are familiar with each other. So maybe he does take the job. I don't blame him for interviewing for it if he does. But you're right. This wouldn't be the first job I would run to. But then again, would you go to the Jets? The Raiders are now open.
You get to be GM there.
Yeah, but do you?
Talk about the owner getting in the way.
Yeah. So, I think out of the three, this is
Madden Football actually is the GM there, and then you're just kind of
that's a cluster. You know what? I think of the three, because the Raiders opened up today, I would probably want to come here out of the three. So if you're looking to get a job this year, this is the one you take. Otherwise, you do have to wait another year. Are you willing to do that?
I would rather take the Raider job than here.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because two reasons. Number one, I do think that Tom Brady has the owner's ear there. And so if you're a football guy, I think you can work, like you can get through to Brady who can get through to the owner. Whereas there's nobody getting through to Woody Johnson. You know what I mean?
The currency that you have here, I think, outweighs what the Raiders have.
But they have Max Crosby. So they have like a bona fide number one NFL top player, and the Titans don't have a player of that caliber.
Okay. I mean, look, I think
But then again, the Raiders play in the best division in the NFL.
You're always having to go against that Pat Mahomes and Justin Herbert, and now Bo Nix with what he's doing. I think that you remember the Titans have a great deal of cap money or spending that they'll be able to do. And I know you don't believe it's real. So let's say this.
Chad Brinker told me free agency sucks.
Well, look, man, we'll see. We'll see. I know that
draft, develop, retain, TD.
Right, but he did say that they will be strategic with free agents. So that is something that directly he said to me when I talked to he and Burke. Now, you also have the number one pick. Like, I think that stands for something. Me personally, I would come here over the Raiders and any day of the week. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Although that Raider Stadium is nice.
Yeah, well, all right, your phones there's going to be a nice stadium in Nissan too.
Yeah, good luck making it to the nice stadium. Your phones for TD 615-737-1025. Those are next. TD Power Hour, Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Go to theGameNational.com/deals now for 75% off of Bad Axe Throwing, Soar Adventure Park, Fog Street Lawn Club, and more. Everything's got to go, so you better go fast to theGameNational.com/deals while supplies last. And also tune into MTSU men's basketball tonight on 93.3 Totally Hits Nashville. The Blue Raiders take on Kennesaw State at the Murphy Center. Tip-off is 6:30. Coverage also available on the Totally Hits Nashville app and at TotallyHitsNashville.com. TD with us for the TD Power Hour. TD, do you have a thought? Or do you want to go to the phones?
No, I do have a thought this time, and I haven't gotten to say it, but Mike Keith, you are talking about a walking legend, and this city, they're going to lose a huge asset when he goes to Knoxville. He and Merrill Reese of Philadelphia, WIP, the Eagles, he and Mike Quick, their combination, that's the only one I could think of that really puts you in the stadium and on the field the way Mike Keith and, previously Frank Wycheck and now, the great coach, Dave McGinnis. They're awesome, and they really made you feel like you're there at the stadium.
I would say this too. The one thing that I talked about earlier today, you ever met a nicer guy than Mike Keith or anybody that's ever had a beef with Mike Keith ever? Or
Nope.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Let's go to your phones. Phone line driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Jeff from Nebraska. TD, have you ever seen the Titans fan base so united in their hatred of ownership right now, or
No.
united about anything the way their anger was this week?
I will say this. Last year when Vrabel got fired, there definitely was a lot of venom going out to them. So I'll say that, but it's pretty bad. I'll put it that way.
Terrell in Spring Hill is up next here on our program. Terrell, you're on with TD.
Hey, TD. Hey, Jared. Love y'all both and everything. I got a
Appreciate
comment
it.
first and then a couple of questions and everything. One, this whole thing sounds like a bunch of kids got caught doing something. They went to the principal's office. The principal aimed from all of them. Wasn't me. It was him. It was Rand. And then Rand gets spinning in the spell. From time to time, not even don't even know. Was sleeping on the bus. But CD, you talked about, you said you might be able to get talked in about Cam Ward. You also spoke about Kelvin Banks. One of my things is wondering is if we don't get to, of course I want to trade down. Everybody wants to trade down. But if we don't trade down, is Kevin Banks Orlando Pace, Jake Long kind of person where I believe that was the only one of the few tackles that got drafted number one.
Eric Fisher as well. Yeah, no, Terrell, he's definitely not that. He's a guy, actually, there's a lot of conversation about him bumping inside and playing guard. And we all know how Jared especially feels about taking a guard.
Take him number one.
Yeah, so I
take a guard number one this year, Chad.
Yeah, I would absolutely not put it. Orlando Pace coming out like this dude. He was an offensive lineman, all-star, jerseys selling while he was in college. That's a different thing. Jake Long was also a really good one. So no, I don't put him in that. I wouldn't take him. I wasn't talking about him. But Cam Ward, I'll say this. And you look at the Cam Ward versus Shedeur situation. Put yourself in a deal where you're in a draft and you have to. Jordan Love and CJ Stroud are on the board. I think look at it that way. And that's more or less the way these two guys coming out. That's how it works.
Who would you take between Jordan Love and CJ Stroud?
You know how I feel about CJ Stroud. Although I really love Jordan. And I think a lot of it would depend on where I am as far as the comfort level from ownership. So if I'm Brian Callahan, I'm taking Shedeur Sanders because I need somebody that can come in and I feel can produce right away and I have less growing pains with.
One texter says, TD, if Chad Brinker wants to make the Titans Packers South, how would you feel about Aaron Rodgers and drafting Travis Hunter? Or would you rather just draft the quarterback with no Travis Hunter?
The Aaron Rodgers thing is very intriguing. And I think there's a possibility. I wouldn't want to. I can't. I think at this point, all the stuff that comes with it, I don't think it is outweighed by what you get on the field. So I would say no. The Travis Hunter thing would be intriguing and it would be cool, but what do you do in a year or two? You know what I mean? And that's the problem. So the other one was just taking a quarterback. I think it was. I wouldn't have a problem taking either one of them. But if I'm Brian Callahan, I'm taking Shedeur.
We keep talking about who's in charge of the organization with Brinker and his GM and Callahan, and you bring in Aaron Rodgers, I'll tell you who's in charge of the organization right then and there.
Yeah, it's the Aaron Rodgers show.
Let's go to Kinston, who's up next here on the program. Kinston, you're on with TD.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
I'm doing well. Hey, congratulations, Kinston, on the young one. Jared, I don't know if you know, you and Kinston had
yes,
right around the same time.
Very cool.
Mazel tov, Kinston.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to you, man. This was my fourth one. My second boy, he was born on the 9th. I think yours was born on the 7th. So
11th.
Congratulations. 11th. So congratulations. Question though, I've been tuned in, listening to TD, listening to you about this Rand Carthon thing, and of course feel the same way you guys feel. But then I had kind of a devil's advocate moment because I remember something, Jerry, that you were saying last year, and I apologize if you spoke on this earlier in the week, but I wonder if you think it was a coincidence or these two things correlate, and that the narrative that you said that you kind of heard or rumors that you heard last year, quote that stuck out to me was that Rand liked to play GM more than he liked to be GM. And that was said a year ago, roughly, and it was kind of just hearsay or whatever. People dismissed it. But then the same type of narrative and description that he had on his way out kind of matched up. And I wonder if that was a correlation. Do you think that's a coincidence? Or do you think, kind of how I was thinking, that regardless if he was too lax or too strict, when you're having 3-14 season and you're not seeing that somebody that's really trying to turn it over, that he was the kind of casualty that way as opposed to being stabbed in the back? Thanks, guys. Appreciate the shout out, PD.
Yep, thank you.
No doubt. That's a very interesting thing. I don't know what to categorize it as, but I'll say this: like, if someone's saying that, I fell asleep on the plane, like look, here's the deal. I think that very much. I know that's true, but how do you look at it? Like, I look at it as, man, you really are, like, it's that deep where you're watching me on the plane and you're like, it's that deep. You're going to white glove everything I do. So I don't know. I don't know if I could call it coincidence. I think it's very, very ironic that this stuff is coming out now, especially with all the pushback that the organization has gotten for firing Rand Carthon. I don't think that's not a coincidence there for sure.
Here's what I don't like. Again, that's what I was told by somebody in the building about Rand, liking to play GM more than actually doing the job in the middle of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I put that out there. The same people today that are I think, pushing those narratives now were the same people who last year we're aligned and I wish you could see and you don't understand and you don't. And so when, again, and it's not like people are calling my phone or whatever, but it's like when you guys do podcast interviews and things, and I know you're talking about me and you're saying, oh, this isn't true. That's not, no, you don't understand. Somebody told me, TD, I swear to God, somebody told me, they said, call Chad Brinker. He'll tell you how great Rand's work ethic is. When I hear that now, I'm just like, oh, so last year when you wanted me to believe one thing, it was one thing. Now you want me to believe something else. And that I find to be dishonest, and it drives me crazy.
Well, Chris just texted me, Sanders. He just texted me. He said he'd never seen a coach or GM study on a plane after a game. And he said that they're sleeping because they work hard during the week. And I get it, and that's actually is something I was told. I mean, you put everything in, the game is over. And especially if you lost, you're like, man, you just want to detach for a second, right? Now, dang, I lost my train of thought. There was something you said that I wanted to stick to. I just don't remember what it was. Darn it.
One texter says, TD, if you had to bet your house, would you bet it that Chad Brinker will lead the Titans to the top, or that Chad Brinker will be cleaning out his office 1 year from now?
One way or the other. Oh, it just hit. It left me again. Oh, that's what it was. Real quick. if these things were happening, why did he get a promotion and extension in the contract?
I mean,
yeah, the silence is deafening. Now, what was that question there? Betting.
If
If
you
I
had to
had
bet your house, would you bet it on Chad Brinker leading the Titans to the top or cleaning out his desk a year from now?
ooh, all I close my eyes and I see my daughter Devin smiling at me like, you better pick the right one. I would go more towards the not having a clean house. I would go there. I wouldn't say to the top.
Texter into the text line says, TD, how do you think Rand feels about Chad being elevated and him being the one taking the fall for the season?
I would say I don't want to say at peace, but I would say that's a tough one for me to answer. Because I would say there's a mix of emotions, but I think, it's tough for me to answer.
Okay, the last one will come from me. Tonight we got the college football playoff. What are your thoughts on Drew Aller, who said he's going back to school, but there is a thought process that if Drew Aller has an impressive college football playoff, he could declare for the draft and be in the mix for the number 1 pick. What do you think of him? Have you studied him? What do we know about him?
The grade is incomplete. He's big. He has the tools, and he's done a whole lot as far as shown some things, the traits, right? He could throw the ball. I love the way he throws the ball down the field. I want to see more from him. I want to see more, and that's more or less where I remain when you're looking. I want to see another year.
TD, as always, great stuff, and I already know that this week's edition of Talking with TD is out there, so we will continue to follow you as the world of the Titans for cocked bullcrap turns.
Yes, sir. Definitely appreciate everybody. Check out the timeline. Got some Cam Ward stuff up on there, and no school tomorrow for Nashville Metro.
No, everybody drive safe. TD, great stuff as always. Stillman and Company. I have to say, it's sad. It's probably the saddest thing this week. We'll get to it next. Stillman and Company, 105 the Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game National Studios. Ian just told me, as far as tomorrow's snowpocalypse, that the totals have gone up. So we have now gone up to apparently 6 to 8 inches of snow. Get to the grocery store now. Do not wait until later tonight. Get your bread, get your milk, because do not be on the roads tomorrow. You know, that'd be something that I try to advise it. Do not be on the roads tomorrow for whatever that's worth. So I was wondering with Ian, you know, every year during the NFL playoffs it's usually between wild card weekend and the divisional round. I mean, I remember shoveling snow. I actually really love shoveling the driveway, though I have not shoveled my new driveway. I'm a huge driveway shoveler.
Oh, you'll get one this weekend, at least one.
Well, I got a driveway now.
Oh, that'll be fun. Might need a
I'll never
snowblower.
forget listening to the shows while I'm shoveling the snow, you know, and I remember listening before the Titans played the Bengals in the playoffs in between wild card weekend and the divisional round. We had a big snow, and I want to say we had a big snow last year. You know, that came the night that the Packers went down to Dallas and smoked their tushies that lasted like pretty much the whole next week. So make of that what you will. But today is a sad day if you're a day one Titan fan like I am. Because today we now know that Mike Keith has called his final game as the voice of the Tennessee Titans. Number one, Mike Keith will not be behind the microphone anymore during games. And more importantly, number two, Mike Keith will not be representing the organization anymore. And I know I make a lot of fun of the podcast interviews and how full of rainbow and sunshine Mike Keith can be, even in the face of a horrendous season. But all along, there was always something peaceful about that when it came to Mike Keith. Peaceful knowing that Mike Keith was representing the Titans on a daily basis, and not just on Sunday and not just on game day. Some of these guys, they fly in, they do the game on Sunday, and then they fly out. Not Mike. Mike was every podcast interview, every coach's show, again, he'll be doing vol calls and basketball and things like that. So I'm sure Mike Keith will be working just as much, because Mike strikes me as the kind of guy who can't not work. But it wasn't like Mike just called the games. Mike worked, and worked a lot. Whether it was the coach's show, the Titans Caravan, when they used to have that, he was always a part of it. Narrating the highlight tapes, that's what he did. And I think about the place the organization is in today. It's a freaking gong show. TD said in the last hour, he's got potential general manager candidates that are texting him saying, yeah, I'm not touching that job. And I think about the Tennessee Titans and where they are right now from a credibility standpoint, from a integrity standpoint, and how bad things feel and look right now. And then I think about life without Mike Keith, and I really feel like they're losing one of the most genuine pieces of the soul of the organization. And so it's hard for me today to explain what I feel like the Titans are without Mike Keith, because, again, and I mean this with all due respect, Mike was more than a game caller. Well, who cares who calls the game? Most of us watch it on TV anyways. But again, Mike Keith was more than a game caller, because everything he did just screamed Titans. He hosted 2 television shows every week. He hosted the coach's podcast, the coach's radio show. He did all the prep work for the game. Mike Keith was never ill-prepared for a game, and you know that. But not only that, every single time he did that, whether the head coach was Jeff Fisher going to the Super Bowl or Ken Wisenhunt winning 2 games, you could listen to the broadcast. You could listen to the coach's show. You could listen to Titans All Access. And you could hear the genuine excitement and care that Mike Keith had for the team and its fans. I have a lot of questions about everybody's motives running the Tennessee Titans right now. As I said yesterday, I feel a culture of dysfunction and, more importantly, dishonesty inside the walls at St. Thomas Sports Park. And let me tell you who is the most honest person I know. Mike Keith. So when this team is at rock bottom and the organization is in complete and total disarray, and at the same time, the team is sticker shocking some of their most ardent supporters with these new PSL prices, taking people that genuinely love going to the games. I stopped going to the games this year after the Packers game in week 3. Now, I love going to the games, but you got to park on the other side, you got to walk the bridge, you got to screw it with a team that sucks this bad. But there are people that love going to the games, that are season ticket holders, that will walk and they don't care, and they'll tailgate and they don't care, and they'll whatever it takes. And when they sat down with the Titans, they saw the prices for the PSLs of the new stadium, and they said, I can't do it. So not only is the team incredibly dysfunctional, not only is the team inherently dishonest at the very top, but the team is also offending and insulting some of their biggest supporters by asking for too much money than they can afford. And at that point, I do feel like it's hard for fans to feel a genuine connection to the Titans. And if there was anybody who wore that fireball and that tee and was proud to do it every day, it was Mike Keith. And so I'm happy for Mike. This sounds to be like his dream job. Again, we argued, Robbie Stanley and I and other people earlier today, about what's a better job, being the voice of an NFL team, one of the 32, or being the voice of a college football program, college sports program. I would argue it's a better job in the NFL. Just like I would argue that being a head coach is a better job in the NFL than it is in college. But again, Mike Keith has a different connection. He went to UT games with his dad. He went to UT. He loves UT. Maybe it's a little different there. But I think about the state of the organization right now, and I almost think this is the single worst possible time that this could happen to this organization. And I think a lot of that speaks to who Mike Keith is and what Mike Keith represents. Good for Mike Keith, but this is a huge loss for the Tennessee Titans when I'm not sure they could afford this kind of loss. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. I have the Mike Keith replacement hot board. That's right. And I got 8 names on the list, including one that I got to tell you, I think is, I'm just going to tell you, I think will shock you. We'll get to that coming up next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
I just got to ask you, when you hear that, what does it sound like? What does it resonate? What does it feel like when you hear that title?
Wow. I mean, that's what I said when you said it. That's you're the first person that's called me that. So, I mean, it's otherworldly almost to think about that 4 people have had that before, and I respect all 4 of them so much. And to be in that classification now is just almost otherworldly. It was funny because when I was young, I came on a campus visit when I was a junior in high school, into my junior year. And I might have been a little too sure of myself at that age. That might have been. And Mike Moore, who was the guy behind everything with UTV, and UTV was the precursor for VFL film.
Right.
He took me on a tour of, the communications building and the studios and all of that. And he said, "So what do you want to do with your life?" "Well, I want to be the voice of the Vols." And after it's like, oh boy, that you look back on that now,
Yeah, probably not the moment.
Well, you just might want to I would like to go back and tell that version of myself, let's just calm down.
There you go, Mike Keith, the new voice of the Vols. Amy Adams Strunk releasing a statement talking about how much she loves Mike Keith and how Mike Keith will immediately be inducted into the Tennessee Titans Ring of Honor. 27 seasons for a man who was equally, Mike Keith's a good play-by-play guy. He's a better person. And I have not met a single person who's ever had a bad thing to say about Mike Keith. But just like with the players and the coaches, we must move forward. So I teased this earlier today in the program. The hot board for the Mike Keith replacements. And Ian, let's start at the very top. Number 1 on the board. Let's go through the list of each individual person. And let me just say this. I have no inside knowledge. And if these people are actually up for the job and the Titans hear me saying they're on the list and the Titans cross them off the list because I say they're on the list, I am sorry. I'm just doing my job. Let's go to the top.
Number 1.
Jonathan Hutton of Outkick is the number 1 candidate on the hot board for me to replace Mike Keith. The pros. If Jonathan Hutton had stayed at 104.5 when he and Chad and Paul left to go to Outkick about 3 years ago, if he had stayed there, he would have stayed on Titans radio, where I thought he was a top-level game day host. It would have been the natural fit for Hutton to take over for Mike Keith in that instant. Now, obviously, Hutton left and he went to Outkick, and the Titans have made changes at game day host and whatnot. But I think without a doubt, Jonathan Hutton has the ability as a broadcaster. He has not, to my knowledge, called NFL games. That's okay. Again, when you're doing this job, you're not just calling the game on Sunday. You're doing all the podcasts, the interviews, the coaches' shows, everything. Hutton can do all of that. To me, Jonathan Hutton, if he gets that job, he's doing that job for the next 25 years. So I have Jonathan Hutton, number 1 on the board as the top Mike Keith replacement.
Number 2.
Brandon Gaudin, who is the TV play-by-play voice of the Atlanta Braves and also the play-by-play announcer for Madden football. Now, because he's doing baseball, there would be a couple of Sundays and a couple of preseason games that would overlap. So Brandon Gaudin would have to get it okayed with the Braves or FanDuel Sports or whoever it is he works with. But it's not like he doesn't take vacation. And so the Atlanta Braves could, in theory, say, okay, you be the voice of the Titans, call our games except for those days, and then you go do it. October might be a little difficult, but again, all these games are not on local TV. He does local TV, so I think he'd be fine. Again, he's done the NFL before for Westwood One and Madden football. He is the voice. Brandon Gaudin, number 2.
Number 3.
Corey Curtis at News 2. Corey Curtis, and I don't know if he'd be interested in the job leaving News 2, but Corey Curtis has hosted the coaches show before when it was on News 2. Corey Curtis has called games before for the Titans during the preseason on News 2. And Corey Curtis knows the Titans. Plus, I love him to death, but I do think there's been some of these moments where Corey Curtis has taken a jock or two, and I love you, Corey, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, taking a jock out of the laundry bin in the locker room and put it right up there when it comes to the Titans. And I think in that position, you got to be some sunshiny and rainbows, and I think he could do it. Again, he thought it was a slam dunk that Will Levis would throw for 4,000 yards. We need that optimism on the broadcast. Corey Curtis, he's number 3.
Number 4.
Kevin Ingram at Vanderbilt. He is not the football play-by-play guy, though he did do the play-by-play for the bowl game. He does the sideline for Vandy football, and he does men's basketball. But Kevin Ingram can do football. He's done it. Kevin Ingram is local. Kevin Ingram knows the Titans. And again, when it comes to all the extra stuff that you have to do as the voice of the Titans, with it being the events that you host, being the coaches' shows, the podcast, the OTP, All Access, etc., Kevin Ingram has every tool in the toolbox to be able to do that. And again, I thought that the NFL job would be better than a college job. Apparently, Mike Keith says no. But Kevin isn't doing Vandy football. He's doing he's the sideline reporter, doing Vandy basketball. So I think that Kevin could actually probably do both, Vandy basketball and the Titans. I think Kevin Ingram would be a very good fit for that job. Again, he's got a ton of experience as a broadcaster. I think he's one of the better broadcasters out there. Kevin Ingram's on the list.
Number 5.
This is a local wild card, and that's Max Hers of the Predators. Max Hers, as of right now, calls the road games. Pete Weber calls the home games. Max does, of course, Smashville Live, which is coming up next. And Max does the pre- and post-game shows when the Predators are at home. Max is in the early stages of being a major league broadcaster, but the fact remains, he is a major league broadcaster. And if you're the Titans, are you looking to hire somebody with a big name, or are you looking to hire somebody who, like Mike Keith, can do this for 30 years? Because 30 years from now, Max Hers will be 60 years old. So you could, in theory, hire the next guy to do it as long as Mike Keith did. Max has shown in what I believe, listening to him do the Predators games, Max has shown he is an incredibly talented broadcaster. Again, I would get on his ass if he did all the sunshine and rainbow stuff you have to do as the voice of a team. I kind of enjoy it, but I think Max is a great broadcaster, and I think Max would be great at that job.
Number 6.
Paul Burmeister. He does Notre Dame radio. He also does work for NBC, and he does the preseason games on TV. Paul Burmeister, I don't know if he'd want to do the day-to-day of the job. I don't know if the job pays enough, considering how much he's making, and with a commitment to Notre Dame. I don't know if he'd be able to do the Titans games as well. But I always have to think that the first thing that you would think of is, okay, well, who does the other broadcast that the team has? Paul Burmeister's on that. Paul Burmeister is legit. I listened to him and Jason Garrett do the Louisville game on Peacock this year. I thought they were excellent. And that includes Jason Garrett, who before that I thought was kind of a boob. But I thought they were excellent. Burmeister during the preseason, I think he's great. I think that would be a fit. If he wanted the job, I'm not sure he would.
Number 7.
Ryan Radke at Westwood One. He is one of my favorites. Now, I don't know if Ryan Radke would take this job because I think, being kind of the number one on Westwood One is a launching point to a network job. For instance, the guy before him in the Sunday Night Football slot was Kevin Kugler. And Kevin Kugler is now doing games on Sunday on Fox. So I don't know if Ryan Radke, who does the games with Mike Golick or James Lofton or other people, I don't know if he'd leave that spot. But I do think that Ryan Radke, I love listening to Ryan Radke call an NFL football game. And maybe he would, instead of doing one national game a week, he'd like to just do one team and then get the full-time paycheck, etc. I don't know what his other jobs are. I am a huge Ryan Radke fan, and I think Ryan Radke would be great. Again, just like with Burmeister, I'm not sure he'd want the job.
Number 8.
The ultimate wild card. This would be the opposite of hiring Max Hers to call Titans games. Al Michaels' contract with Amazon is up at the end of this season. Now, according to reports, Al Michaels is interested in re-upping with Amazon, and reportedly Amazon is interested in re-upping with Al Michaels. The Titans would have to pay more money than they've ever paid to get Al Michaels. Al would have to want to do it, which after doing a national game every single week for 40 years, I don't know, would you want to call Titans on the radio? And you're not getting any of the extracurricular stuff. Al is not doing the OTP. Al is not doing the coaches show. Al is not making a caravan stop. He's not. You might be able to drag his ass out of LA for like the one day that you have the season ticket holder banquet or whatever it is. You might drag him out for that. That's it. But you are getting absolute star power if you get Al Michaels to call your games. Again, I don't think you're going to get Al Michaels. I don't think Al would do the job. I think Al's going to stay at Amazon. But what the hell? Anything can happen. That's why this is the hot board. Al Michaels, number 8. Again, I think he's going to stay at Amazon. But would that not be wild if Al Michaels was doing some Titan games? So there you go. Ian, do you think that somebody on that list is going to ultimately be the replacement for Mike Keith?
I'm going to say no.
I think so too. I think the Titans are going to hire somebody who's, calling
I'm not sure
Illinois
where,
State
yeah.
football.
I don't
and
know where
it's
they'll
like,
go. It'd be
here's
interesting to see the
new
direction.
guy we've never heard of.
But I don't know.
Somebody in the text line said Chad Brinker will hire somebody from Green Bay to call the games. I wouldn't rule it out. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. If you want to weigh in. Caroline texted me, and she said, I thought you were going to say Jonathan Hutton was the number one option to be the Titans general manager, and I almost crashed my car. I love Hutton, but I think Hutton's probably better off being the voice of the Titans than he would be being GM. Then again, I'm not sure it could be worse. Speaking of the Titans and their GM situation, there is a little prayer that I think we may need to think about for somebody around here. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
you went through like the personnel process. I know you and Rand, you guys talked every day, as you said, but what was the involvement like for Chad Brinker? Like how did that work?
Chad was involved in all of it. Chad's he's scouted before for a long time. That's what he's done. His background is in personnel. It's in scouting, but he's also got unique experiences, in the business side of it with his time in Green Bay, and has a really good feel for what the structure of an organization should look like. And yeah, it's really been the three of us sort of all the way along, from the time I got here and all the way through the season is we've all sort of worked on the same things. And Chad has his responsibilities and Rand has his, and I have mine, and we all come together and try to make the, whenever decisions are made or whenever we need to do something, that we're all on the same page. And we have been all year. That part's been really, really fun for me. I've enjoyed that part because I think Chad's got unique experiences, unique perspective, and so does Rand. I think they're both really unique people. I'm glad we have them.
That was Brian Callahan on Monday. Rand Carthon got fired on Tuesday. Chad Brinker is now Brian Callahan's boss. They'll hire a GM who will also be Brian Callahan's boss. And I mean, I hate to say it, but when it comes to Brian Callahan, y'all might want to say a prayer. Because I think Chad Brinker is already setting him up to A, fail next year, and B, take the fall, which is incredible if you ask me. Now, I heard this week that Chad Brinker wanted to replace Brian Callahan, and Amy Adams Strunk put her foot down and said no, which is amazing because if you go back to the OTP, when Chad Brinker sat down with the then voice of the Titans, Mike Keith, and his staff at the Senior Bowl, I mean, Brinker was about to take his pants off, just waxing poetically about Brian Callahan. Ian, can we get that? The one where Brinker talked about Callahan from yesterday. I mean, just waxing poetically. And yet, when you see some of the quotes that have come out from the Brinker-Burke-Nihill kind of media tour, it's not as rosy for Callahan as it is for the future under under Chad Brinker. Quote, Burke-Nihill told ESPN, they want to see growth, and they'll support Callahan in that growth, but they're going to hold him accountable. So Chad Brinker, who, again, I mean, Brian Callahan made it known with that answer there about, yeah, Chad and Rand were in on everything together. We were all a group. He's making it known that Chad Brinker was a co-conspirator with that horrendous 2024 season. And yet the president of the Titans, Burke-Nihill, is saying Chad Brinker needs to see better from Brian Callahan or else. And it's like, holy crap. I mean, I guess anything Chad does doesn't count, but anything that everybody else does, you got to hold it against him. Brinker, in the same article with TD, says we're going to be a draft, develop, and retain organization. The foundation of our roster is going to be built through the draft, and we've got to be able to put an emphasis on developing players. Once they are developed, we've got to identify our core performers and best players and reward them and retain them. No crap. Quote, we believe in Brian, and we think he's going to get there. This wasn't good enough, and Brian knows that. Brian knows that. But it pissed me off if I was Callahan. Don't tell people what I know. You tell people what you know, and I'll tell people what I know. He understands that he and his staff have got to get better and do better. I guess Chad Brinker himself doesn't have to do better. Everything he did, I guess, was great. Good enough to get promoted and to get all the power. So here's what it looks like to me. And since I've been right without any sourcing, well, I shouldn't say any sourcing, but I've been right without a lot of sourcing. When it comes to the Titans over the last year and a half, reading the tea leaves, Diana Rossini says Mike Vrabel is safe. Jared Stillman says, I don't buy it. Paul Kaharski says he's hearing no major changes in the front office. Jared Stillman said, I don't buy it. I remember when they promoted Chad, and I said, so who's in charge? Oh, Jared, you're just a Rand hater. Charles Robinson this morning on Robbie and Joe. Oh, Chad Brinker's been running the Titans. Really? Because I was called racist when I said that. Guess I'm not. So since I've been able to read the tea leaves, I'm going to read these for you, which is this. Chad Brinker is planning on the Titans not being very good next year. And he should plan on that because this team has no impact star players. If he trades back in the draft, they're not going to end up with a star player. there are maybe 2 or 3 bona fide star prospects in this draft. And if you trade past number 1 where Travis Hunter is, you're probably not getting one of those guys. So you can get a handful of good players, but as far as superstars, it sounds like Travis Hunter is the only one who is there now. And if you trade out of 1, you're not getting Travis Hunter. So they don't have any superstars. They're probably not going to have any superstars. And draft, develop, and retain means holding your nose at free agency, which is stupid because even Chad's beloved Packers spent on the running back from the Raiders, Josh Jacobs, and the safety from the Giants, Xavier McKinney, and those guys have been humongous contributors to Green Bay this year. So they're not going to be good next year. And again, draft, develop, retain, they're going to want to play the young players. And when you play the young players, especially young quarterbacks, you're going to lose. And then Chad Brinker, as Berg Nihill said in his ESPN piece, he is going to hold Brian Callahan accountable. They're going to fire Brian Callahan. It's coming. Unless Brian Callahan coaches out of his ass. And then Chad Brinker will get all the credit for all the great players that he acquired. It's amazing how that works, eh? So that's what's going to happen. So again, I would say a prayer for Brian Callahan because I don't think he's really going to have much of a chance to be successful. And yet at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, I was advocating for the Titans to clean house. And I like Brian Callahan because he's a nice guy. But at the same time, I didn't see anything last year that made me think Brian Callahan was a good coach. Nothing. And yet, here I am, incredibly defensive of Brian Callahan, specifically when it comes to Chad Brinker. And I couldn't tell you why I feel so defensive of the coach, who, again, I'm not even sure is a good coach, who, again, 4 days ago, I would not have shed any tears if Brian Callahan got his walking papers at the same time that Rand Carthon and Chad Brinker got theirs. But for some reason, I feel so incredibly defensive of this idea that Chad Brinker is absolutely blameless of anything that could go wrong for the Titans, and Brian Callahan is 100% responsible. When Chad Brinker has been here longer than Brian Callahan. And this is what Chad Brinker said when they hired Brian Callahan on the podcast about how great Brian Callahan is.
But if you can share with the OT people, because this is the official Titans podcast, how did you get to Brian Callahan as the new head coach?
The coaching search is my second coaching search that I've been a part of. I was on the peripheral in Green Bay when we went from Mike McCarthy to Matt LaFleur. So I had a little bit of an idea of how to approach this. And when we sat down, Rand and myself, Anthony Robinson, and then obviously Burke Nihill was involved, Amy, and Bryce Wasserman, we had a group that we put together this committee and started doing this research. I remember sitting in Rand's office, and we had just started, and for whatever reason, the Brian Callahan name kept just coming to the forefront. The more research that we did, the more we looked into it, the more people that you talk to. I mean, he is highly regarded around the league. When you all get to spend time with him, when this fan base will get to know Brian, they're going to love him. He is a tremendous person, a wonderful human being. He just felt like one of us, right? But as far as the process is concerned, those were the people that were involved. Kenneth Adams was in there as well for the second round of interviews. We had ownership in. But it was a very detailed process. So Brian, from day one, the first Zoom that we had with him, I think it was 3 hours, whatever it was. He just jumped off the Zoom. He had I would say that he was the most complete candidate.
Okay. So he said that less than a year ago, and now it's like, but I'm going to hold him accountable. When nobody's going to hold you accountable for the fact that your injury model, your AI cancer curing injury model didn't protect Lloyd Cushenberry, Chidobe Awuzie, or L'Jarius Sneed. Just amazing, huh? I can't tell you why I feel so defensive when it comes to Brian Callahan, when, again, I'm not convinced this guy's a good coach. But I think it's the Titans selling me that Chad Brinker is new, or selling me that Chad Brinker wasn't a part of the old administration that I found to be so incompetent. And when TD shows up and sits down and says, Brian Callahan, you better win, babe, that tells you all you need to know. Again, I can read tea leaves. And the tea leaves I'm reading right now are Chad Brinker is fully prepared to put 2025 in the rearview mirror and blame it on Brian Callahan. And I don't think that's fair. It'd be fair if they went through the season and evaluated and actually gave the guy a chance, but I don't think they're going to do that. So again, like I said, let's say a prayer for Brian Callahan. I'm also hearing that they're going to be Friday, tomorrow, news dumps, that there may be some coaching staff changes tomorrow. We'll keep our eye on that. We'll see. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, Stillman and Company. 1025 again.
Tennessee in the Baltimore territory for the first time in the game, just shy of the 45. Good protection for McNair. And he throws, is it complete? It is, to the 31. And Frank Wycheck, who is probably going to call it a career when the playoffs are done, picks up 14 yards.
Yeah, but Steve McNair will always tell you, I don't care about all the other receivers he has, that man, Frank Wycheck, catching this ball here is his go-to guy. He said he always has been, and he will be.
One of only 4 tight ends ever with more than 500 catches in his career, and Tennessee moves the ball to the Raven 31.
That was, I believe, the last catch in the career of Frank Wycheck at the playoffs in Baltimore in 2004. And there is a story today. I got an email today that Frank Wycheck, who tragically passed away over a year ago in December of 2023, had his brain sent to Boston University, and it returned with the diagnosis of CTE stage 3. Apparently, CTE stage 4 is the most severe diagnosis. Frank Wycheck told people that he thought he had CTE. And he wanted his brain studied after his death, and his brain was studied, and it came back as positive CET stage 3. According to Deanna Wycheck, his daughter, quote, "Our family is grateful to learn of his confirmed CTE diagnosis and hopes to continue our father's desire to bring awareness, increased intervention, education, and support for NFL alumni and their families related to CTE. Our hope is that the NFL alumni who believe they are suffering from CTE will be given the much-needed resources and guidance prior to their symptoms reaching a debilitating state. With ongoing CTE research and diagnosis, we hope future NFL alumni and families will be explicitly given an outline and a plan of action in receiving care and treatment." I'll say this. I used to work with the old man who brought Frank Wycheck to the Oilers, and he had nothing but good things to say about him. Les Steckel told me after the Super Bowl, in which he didn't think he called a very good game as the offensive coordinator, Frank Wycheck waited for Coach Steckel and walked with him to the bus. It is incredibly tragic to hear what Frank Wycheck's life was like after an incredible career as a great Titan. And I think we now have more knowledge about concussions and CTE and guardian caps, and they've changed the way the sport is played to protect things like this. So hopefully we won't hear more stories like that. But I do hope that former football players can see this and say, okay, I can relate to what I'm going through now. And other people with CTE and brain injuries and depression and things of that magnitude. So I wanted to make people aware of that. If you haven't heard, Frank Wycheck was a great Titan diagnosed with stage 3 CTE. The worst stage you can have is stage 4. Sorry to end such a fun show on a sad note, but I did see that today, and I wanted to make sure to touch on that. That's going to do it for us. We are out of here. Colton Sissons, Mark Jankowski are up next with Smashville Live. Stillman and Company. Everybody be safe on the roads. We'll see everybody tomorrow at 2.
Smashville Live is live on a Wednesday night here at Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue. We got a great crowd of Preds fans here tonight. Max Hers here along with Hal Gill, joined by Preds players Colton Sissons and Mark Jankowski in the house tonight. It is so great to be here. So great to be back in Smashville. Colton, Mark, thanks so much for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Hal Gill is here as well.
Yes, I am.
Skillsy and I have spent
Came in hot.
a lot of time together the last couple weeks, but it's great to be spending time together here in Smashville. And tonight's show is presented by Black Abbey Beer.
There he is. There's
Carl
Carl.
is here from Black Abbey. Let's clap it up for Carl. If you are
the best
going to the bar tonight, get some Black Abbey beers here on Smashville Live. Cheers, Skillsy. Oh, Andy brought you a hat.
Cheers. Yeah, and I got a hat. That's really nice. That's really nice. If you haven't been over to Black Abbey, I mean, this is a beautiful spot that has Black Abbey, but Black Abbey Brewing is something special as well. Really nice. You guys got to get over
sure
there.
You earned that beanie.
I put in my time.
100 beers for one beanie. It's a great rewards program they've got over there. Colt, Mark, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Great to see you guys. Great to be home. What's it like getting back after 2 weeks on the road here?
Yeah, it's nice. Start missing your own bed and the dog at home, and of course your girlfriend or wife. But yeah, it was long. It was a long trip. It was good to get home.
How about you, Mark? You're nice to be home. No?
Yeah. It's
Colton went out and he was in Vancouver and hanging out with family. It felt like he was at home for a few days, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was good. It was a long road trip, but yeah, Colton was able to go home in van, and my fiance is from Calgary, so I was able to see her family, and she was out there as well. So a little bit of home on the road, but it's definitely nice to be back in your own place here.
Of course, we come back and we're ready for Armageddon, the snowstorm coming tomorrow.
Right.
Are you guys ready for that? We're talking what are we hearing now? 5 inches? That's, I mean, for Canadian boys.
Yeah, it seems a bit dramatic, but
Did you get your milk and bread? Did you go?
I mean, yeah, it's been pretty barren since we've been home. The grocery store's been a little picked over, but we've got a few things to survive 24 hours, I think.
Why did they get milk and bread, by the way? Does anyone know the answer to that?
I never got it either.
It's like, that's the last thing I'm getting.
Eggs, too, I guess.
I guess eggs. Sorry, go ahead, Max. You were talking. I interrupted.
No, I was going to say we could do snow removal tips with 2 resident Canadians here before everyone panics.
Well, you've seen what it's like here, sis. You've been here enough.
It
You've
happens
seen
every year.
If there's 2 inches of snow, then we're locked down.
Yeah, school's probably
already
out
canceled
for another week. Here,
Already canceled.
Yeah.
My son is fired up. He's right here. He's all fired up. He gets to come tonight because he doesn't have any homework or anything.
We get a snow day tomorrow too, so we don't have to go in either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Wow.
Good for you.
Even the Preds canceled.
That might be breaking news, but
now, you guys have managed the days off through that road trip. That was tough. Back to back, 2 days off. Back to back, 2 days off, and then another game. That's not easy to handle. How is that mentally to handle the, hey, we're going full bore, and then we're shutting it down for a couple days?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the coaching staff did a great job of being able to manage that. When you're on the road for such a long time like that, it can be draining. You're traveling, you're changing cities, changing time zones all the time. So just being able to have the practice days and then have the days off to get the rest and be ready to go for the games was huge.
How do you guys manage? Colton, you've been doing this for a long time. I know you work. You guys are obviously working out, but how do you try to stay strong? That was always a challenge for me. I'd lose 20 pounds in a season just because the wear and tear just winds you down. You lose a lot of muscle mass. So how do you try to train when you're playing back-to-backs and you're playing a schedule like that?
yeah, I mean it's tough. I mean, just in the grind of the regular season, you don't really have time to work out that much and like kind of keep your strength off the ice a lot. So you do definitely lose some muscle mass from the start of the season, but you try to keep your weight up and your kind of energy reserves for sure. We work with our nutritionists a lot about that and constantly monitoring our hydration. That's probably the biggest thing.
Yeah.
When you're in those,
especially with the travel,
the back-to-backs and the travel and stuff. So That's so important. So yeah, just getting that water back in you, and whatever you can get back in you after those back, especially on the back-to-backs, you'll use it the next night for sure.
Yeah.
And Jenko, you went down in one of those games. I mean, getting hurt in the middle of a road trip, trying to find a way to play through it. Hal was loving the shot block and the perseverance.
I
to get
felt
back
for
in
you on
there.
the second block. That it wasn't a block. That was friendly fire. I can't remember who hit you, but
Yost, right?
was it Yost?
I know.
You know exactly. That one stung.
He's got a 59 on his knee.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I just slid into the lane. I think my shin pad moved a little bit, and so just got it right on the knee. But was able to manage it a little bit.